Hi everybody, welcome back to my channel, and in today's tutorial we are going to be working on the second 2021 crochet along. Now of course this one is a little more complicated. It is a crochet doll and it's all one piece. So we start here. I shouldn't say it's all one piece, it's not exactly all one piece, but we start here, we work our way down to the neck, and then we stop, and then we separate for the arms. Uh-oh, fell over. I had him propped up on my pencil. But anyway, we separate for the arm, and then we have a little left over from separating it, and that's what we work into our body. So then we work the body down, and then we stop, and then we split that straight in half, and then we come down one leg. And then we attach and do the other leg. Then we attach and we do our little arms here. Super easy. I'm so excited about this one. Took me a while to come up with the design, but I'm happy with it. We're going to have a blast decorating this, adding hair, facial features, clothes, shoes, all kinds of stuff. So, let's talk about what you're going to need. First of all, you're going to need a Sorry about that, guys. I couldn't find my hook. You're going to need a 6mm crochet hook. You're going to need any color of flesh colored that you want of yarn. I used Aran, but you can use whatever color you want to use. Here's my second one. Okay, you are also going to need some polyfill. Now I got this from Walmart. Don't judge my bag, it's been through hell and back. I got mine from Walmart, but they have it on Amazon. Now I also did an introduction video to my dolls here, and if you haven't seen that yet, I'm going to put a link to it in the description box. That video has links in its description box for the safety eyes that we're going to use. And then I also show you guys another pair of safety eyes. So if you guys want to check that out too, and I'll put links to all that kind of stuff in the description box. The last thing you are going to need is a little bit of embroidery floss. Now I use black to bring these down here. I use the black embroidery floss to make eyebrows, and then I use red for woman's lips, and then I use like an off pink shade for men's lips. So whatever color you guys want to use. Got cat hair all over mine. For your facial features, get that. And I think that's it, guys. Get everything you guys need together and let's get started. I am super excited about this. All right, to get started, we're going to get a slip knot on our hook. And we're going to chain 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Slip stitch to our first to form a ring. I'm going to get my fingers in there so I can hold that space open. Chain 1, and now we're going to work 6 single crochet into our circle. So 1, 2, I'm working over my tail. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and stop. I get my stitch marker. I'm going to mark our first single. So there's our chain 1 and our first single. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, now I'm going to pull that tail, close up our ring a little. All right, and that was the end of round 1. And now every round is going to end right before our stitch marker. And every round is going to start in our stitch marker, in the stitch with our stitch marker. I can't speak. Ugh. All right, so now for round 2, we're going to work 2 single crochet into each single all the way around. So we're going to be increasing, piece of black fluff, increasing in each single crochet. So we're going to go right into that first one, which is a little bit of a stretch. There. Nope, I just split it. I did it again. There. I don't know why that was so hard. And I just grabbed my tail. Okay, now we're going to work 2 single into each single. So I'm going to go back and mark my first single. So that's the beginning of row 2. And now I'm just going to work 2 single all the way around. I don't know why that first one was so hard. I think I split it and I couldn't find where I should have went in. So now we should have 12 single crochets. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that is the end of round 2. And I'm going to go ahead and stop, and I'm going to weave in my end. I'm going to have to find me a smaller needle. This one's too big. I'll be right back. Okay, I've got me a smaller needle here. I'm going to go ahead and weave my end in. Just working under the legs of the first single crochets we worked in the circle. Now I'm not going to completely cut this off. I'm going to leave about that much tail. Kind of doesn't matter because it's going to be hidden inside anyway, but I just want to clean it up a little bit. All right, now we're ready to move on to round 3. In round 3, we're going to single crochet into our first single, mark our first one, and now we increase into the second stitch. 1 and 2. Single into the next, increase into the next, single into the next, and increase into our next. Single, increase, single, increase, single, increase. Get out of there. And that is the end of round 3. We're in the stitch before our stitch marker. Remember, stitch marker is the beginning of every round. Give me some slack. Okay, so now we move on to round 4. Or, well, let me give you the stitch count. I think it's 18. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Right. All right. So now we're moving on to round 4. And round 4, single crochet into our very first, mark it, single crochet into our next, and increase into the next, single crochet, single, increase. So that's what we're going to repeat. A single, increase, single, single, increase. So it's 2 single crochets, then we increase into the next, 2 single crochets, increase into the next. So go ahead and finish that around, and I will meet you guys at the end. Okay, so I'm coming to the end. I have one more stitch I need to work into, which should be an increase. And now we should have 24 single crochets. And that's the end of round 4. So moving on to round 5, we single crochet into our first, mark that, single crochet into the next, and into the next. So for round 3, we have 3 single crochets, and then we increase into the next. 3 singles, 1, 2, and 3, and now we increase into the next. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and let you guys finish that around. 3 singles, increase into the next. Okay, so repeat that around and I'll meet you at the end. Okay, I'm coming around. I have one more to work into, and that's our increase. Oops, went right through that stitch marker. 1 and 2. All right, that is the end of round 3, and we should have 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. All right, so we're moving on to round 6. And round 6, we single crochet into our very first, mark it, and single crochet into the next 3. So now we have 4 single crochets before we increase. 1, 2, 3, 4, and we increase into the next. Single crochet into the next 4, 2, 3, and 4, increase into the next. Single in the next 4, 2, 3, 4, and increase into the next. All right, so go ahead and repeat that around, and again, I'll meet you in the last stitch. Alrighty, coming to the end, 1 stitch left, and that happens to be my increase, and 2. And that is the end of round 6, and you should have 36 single crochet. So now we're going to move on to row 7, and row 7, we single crochet into our first, mark it, and now we're going to single crochet into the next 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So now we have 5 singles, our first, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we increase into the next. Single crochet into the next 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, get in there, and 5, increase into the next, single into the next 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5, increase into the next. Okay, so go ahead and repeat that around, and I'll meet you at our last stitch. All right, come into my last stitch, which is an increase, 1 and 2, and that is the end of round 7, and we should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, and 42. So we should have 42 single crochet. All right, round 8. We are going to single crochet into our first one, and then mark that. And now we're going to single crochet into the next 5. So now this round we have 6 single crochets and then an increase. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One more is 6, and now we increase. Single crochet in the next 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and now we increase. So go ahead and repeat that around. We're starting to get what looks like a little bowl. Work your 6 single crochet, increase, 6 singles, increase. Work that around, and I'll meet you guys at the last stitch. Okay, coming around to my last, and of course it's an increase. Now it's not an increase because I'm wanting it to be an increase. It's an increase because working my 6 single increase, 6 single increase all the way around, I've worked my increase, 6 single crochet, and my last stitch every time is an increase. I thought about that while I was working on it. I thought I better say that it's not the increase because that's what I choose for it to be. That's what it comes out to be. Okay, so that is the end of round 8, and we should have 48 single crochets. Now what we're going to do is we're going to work round 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14, just single crocheting around. So what I'll do, let me get, all right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get me a little piece of paper, and every time I finish a round, I'm just going to make a little tally mark. And I need to have 6 rounds. 6 rounds. 9 through 14. Let's put that over here. Okay? So all we're going to do is work 1 single crochet around. Don't forget, don't lose your first stitch. All right? There's 1, and I'm just going to single all the way around. And then when I get to the end of round 9, I'm just going to make a tally and move on to round 10. When I get to the end of round 10, make a tally, move on to 11, around, and so on and so forth. So I will come back and I'm going to meet you guys at the end of round 14. And I'm going to have 6 rows done. So I'll be right back. Okay guys, I'm back. And I just finished round 14. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And this is what it should look like. It's the little top of his head. All right, so now we're going to move on to round 15. And round 15 starts with a single in our first. Mark that. And now we're going to single crochet into the next 5. So that's 6 singles, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Now instead of increasing, we're going to decrease. So to single crochet decrease, we're just going to insert into the next and pull up a loop. Insert into the next and pull up a loop. So you have 3 loops, yarn over, pull through all 3. So what we did is just made 2 stitches 1. Okay, so we're going to single crochet into the next 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and then single crochet decrease into the next. So we insert, pull up a loop, insert into the next, pull up a loop, yarn over, pull through 3. Okay, so we're going to single into the next 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and then we're going to decrease. Oh, sorry. Go start that over because I meant to tell you what I was doing as I was doing it. So to single crochet decrease, we're going to insert into the next, pull up a loop, insert into the next single crochet and pull up a loop, and now just yarn over and pull through 3. So we made 2, 1. So go ahead and repeat that around. 6 single crochet, decrease, 6 single crochet, decrease. So repeat that around and I will meet you at the end of this round. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm coming around. I just worked my 6 singles and I have 2 single crochets left, and that's my decrease. Yarn over, pull through 3, and that is the end of round 15. And you should have 42 single crochet now. Okay, and now for round 16, we single crochet into our first, mark that, and now we're going to single crochet into the next 4. So now we have 5 single crochets and then a decrease. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and now we decrease. Single crochet into the next 5, three, 4, and 5, and now we decrease. Okay, so repeat that around and I'll meet you at the end again. All right, I'm coming around to the end. I've worked my 5 singles. I have 2 stitches left, so my last stitch is the decrease. And that is the end of round 16. And we should have 36 single crochets. Well, 36 single crochet and single crochet decrease. How about this? 36 stitches. We should have 36 stitches around. Okay, so now we're going to move on to round 17. And 17 starts just like normal with a single. And then we mark that so we don't lose our spot. All right, now we're going to single crochet into the next 3. So now we have 4 single crochets and then a decrease. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we decrease into the next 2. Single into the next 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Decrease into the next 2. Oops, I went right back into where I started. There. So go ahead and repeat that around, and we're starting to close up our little head. So go ahead and repeat that around, and I will meet you at the end. All right, I'm coming to the end. I've just worked my 4 singles. 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 2 left, and the last stitch is going to be our decrease. Get in there. Okay, that's the end of round 17, and we should have 30 stitches around, singles and decreases. Okay, now we move on to round 18, and 18 starts with a single, just like normal. Mark it so we don't forget it or lose it. And now we're going to single crochet into the next 2. 1 and 2. So now we have 3 single crochets and then our decrease. Single crochet into the next 3. 1, 2, and 3. And then we decrease over the next 2. Okay, so repeat that around, and I'll meet you at the end just like normal. Okay, I'm coming to the end of round 18. I worked my 3 singles. I have 2 singles left, and that's going to be my decrease. So the last row, or the last stitch of row 18 is our decrease. And I'm going to go ahead and pull up. Now you should have 24 single crochet, well, you should have 24 stitches. How's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24. So great. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and add our safety eyes. I need to get mine out. Now, I'm just going to add some black ones. I'm not going to use the colored ones. Okay. So I want to use the same ones I used on my prototype here. Those are roughly the same. I want to make sure that, well, because I noticed in the little pack I bought, sometimes the slots will have 2 sizes in it, so if you're not careful, you end up getting 2 different sizes when you don't mean to. Okay, I think I've got what I want. Now for your guys's, that is really, really hard to close. You guys can just, you know, play with the sizes you want. I wish I knew what size these were, but they're not marked. Like on the eyes, they're not marked, or on the package, they're not marked. All right, now if I look at my prototype here, I have round 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we're going to put the eyes in between rows 10 and 11, rounds 10 and 11. So I'm going to get my head here, and I'm going to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. So I'm going to take my eye, and I'm just going to put it in there. Right now, I'm not too concerned about spacing right now, or like where I'm specifically putting it. I just want to mark the row. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Perfect. Oh, I forgot to get the little backs. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and pop this back on there. Now remember, don't do it too tight, because if you pop that back on there too tight, it's going to squish the our fabric, which, you know, is just single crochets, right? But if we squish it on there too tight, we're going to be able to see it through there. So there, it just popped onto one, and I'm going to go one more, or try to. There, right there. That's all I want. So now it's not too tight, okay? And it's not going anywhere. And those things are a pain to try to get off. So kids, I'm gonna say kids shouldn't be able to, but for just an extra little safety precaution, I'm gonna add some fabric tack underneath there too. But I'm gonna do that later. All right, so we got one eyeball. Now I'm gonna go. I use my needle here. So I'm in here, right? So I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, there's 6 holes between my 2 eyeballs. So I am going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's where my next eyeball is going. So I'm going to take that out and put that right in. Okay? Get my back. Now I'm just going to pop that. Got it. And there we go. There are our eyeballs. Look a little funny right now, but that's all right. So now I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take my fabric tack here, which my thing is about empty, so I got to get all of that to the bottom. Set that down for a minute. And I am going to put some fabric tack between my material, my single crochets, and between the back of this, just to add a little more security. If I can get it in there, I may not be able to. And you can see it's starting to kind of goo out a little bit. Maybe I should try to go. I don't know. I may not be able to get it in there. I don't think I'm going to. There, just get that end, the tip of my glue in there. I'm just going to squeeze some in there. And this dries clear, this glue does. So that's a little added bonus. You're not going to be able to see your glue. I'm going to get my tip in there again on my other eye. I'm just going to force it in there and squeeze some in there. It's on my finger. There, I see it going. All right. And there. It is glued and safety backed on there, so it should never, ever, ever come out. Okay, now I'm gonna let that set. Now it only takes about 30 seconds to dry, but I like to, you know, be super secure, so I'm gonna let that set for about a minute or two. And now, while that is setting, what we're gonna do is we are gonna stuff our head a little bit. Get my polyfill out. I've had this bag of polyfill forever, so it's pretty rough looking. Plus I've added, you know, pillow stuffing to it. I've added all kinds of stuff to it. The bag, I mean. Alright. Get a big old handful of it out. Let that keep drying. Stop messing with it or I'm going to mess it up. So we're going to let that glue dry for a little bit. And when we come back, we are going to stuff our head. These things are cute. I love making these little dolls. Alright, I'm just going to let this glue dry and I'll be right back. Okay, I've let my glue dry for about 2 to 3 minutes. And they are on there pretty secure. Now what we're going to do is we're just going to start stuffing our head. Now, we are going to use a lot more polyfill than what you think we are, because we don't want a floppy neck and we don't want a floppy head, but we also want our head to be, what's the word I want to say? Pliable? Is that it? Like what I'm trying to say, what is that? Like what I'm trying to say is that we can squish and shape it, right? Of course, we don't want that right now because we've got some things we need to get done first, but I am just stuffing and stuffing and stuffing. Okay. Now, the goal right now is to just get some stuffing in there, okay? We're not going to fully stuff it right now because we've still got it to work around here, right? And we don't want to be working into our polyfill. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to kind of tuck this out of the way for a minute. And don't worry if you guys, you know, if you think you need to add more, we're going to do that in a little bit. We're just getting it and the initial part started right now. Okay? The initial part. What I meant was the initial stuffing right now. I'm not ready yet. I am going to actually stuff and pull. Get in there and pull. Okay. So now I can still work into this right here and not get into my polyfill that much. I'm sure I will, but that's all right. Okay, so we are going to go ahead and we're going to go on to round 19. And 19, of course, starts just like any other with a single. And we mark that so we don't lose it. And now we single crochet into the next. And I missed it. Single into the next, and then we decrease over the next two. Okay, which the polyfill being inside there makes my crocheting a little louder. I apologize for that. All right, so now we just single crochet into the next two. 1 and 2. And then decrease over the next 2. And if you guys aren't comfortable with having that polyfill in there and single crocheting around it, just pull it out. It ain't gonna hurt nothing. We're still gonna have plenty of time to be able to stuff it as we go. So go ahead and for round 19, repeat that. Just 2 singles and a decrease. 2 singles and decrease all the way around, and I'll meet you guys at the end. Alrighty, coming back around, I have 2 stitches left, and that's my decrease. And there we go. That is the end of round 19, and we should have 18 stitches. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. All right, so now we are going to move on to round 20. And round 20, we are going to work 1 single and then a decrease. 1 single and then a decrease. So for our first one is 1 single. Mark that, and then we decrease. One single, and then we decrease. I'm getting into a little bit of that polyfill. That's okay though. So repeat that around. Squish that out of the way. And I'll meet you guys at the beginning. Okay, I'm coming back around. I have 2 stitches left. That is my decrease. And that is the end of round 20. Now we should have 12 stitches. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and the last one we worked is 12. Perfect. All right. So now what we are going to do, let me get me a Post-it real quick. We are going to work 21 through 24. So that's 21, 22, 23, 24. That's 4 rounds of just single crochets, okay? Ouch, I kicked my chair. So it's just 1 single crochet all the way around for 4 rounds, okay? So 12 stitches when we're done. So here's 1. Mark that. 2, 3, 4, 5. Oops, went right in my stitch marker. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. That's round 21. So now we go on to round 22. Single crochet into our first. Mark it so we don't lose it. And keep going. So go ahead and finish to round 24, and I'll meet you guys at the end. Okay, so I'm coming to the end of round 24, or well, I already finished it. And this is what it should be looking like. We have a little neck now. Okay, so I'm going to move this, and we are going to go on to round 25. And round 25, we are going to single crochet into our first, mark it, there's a kitty fight behind me, and now we're going to increase into the next. So our increase is 2 singles into the next, 1 single into the next, increase into the next, 1 single, increase into the next, one single into the next. Are you kidding me? Ugh. Increase into the next. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So I just increased. Now we single into the next. Increase into the next. Single into the next. And into our last one, we work our increase. All right, that's the end of round 25, and we should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 single crochets. All right, round 26. Pretty similar. Instead of one single crochet and then increase, we're going to work 2 single crochets and then increase. So we single into our first, mark it so we don't lose it. Single and crochet into the next. And then we increase into the next. Single into the next 2. Increase into the next. Single into the next 2, 1 and 2, increase into the next. So our neck is starting to get a little bit bigger, and what we're doing is we're working down our neck and into our shoulder. Where was I? Increase, single into this one, single into the next one, and then we increase into the next. Single, single, increase. Single, single, and the last stitch, last single crochet gets an increase. All right, so that's the end of round 26, and we should have 24. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, oh, excuse me, and 24. Okay. So now we move on to round 27, and 27 is 3 single crochets and then an increase. So we single crochet into our first, mark it so we don't lose it. So there's 1, 2, and 3, increase into the next. Single crochet into the next 3, 2, and 3, increase into the next 1 and 2. So go ahead and repeat that around, and I'll meet you guys at the last stitch. Alrighty, coming to the end of round 27, I've got 1 stitch left, and that's my increase. That's the end of round 27. Now we should have 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. Okay, Now we're going to move on to round 28, and round 28 is 4 single crochets and then the increase. So we single crochet into our first, mark it so we don't lose that. So that's 1, 2, 3, and 4, and we increase 1 and 2. Single crochet into the next 4, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and increase into the next. Repeat that around, and I will meet you guys at our last stitch. All right, I'm coming to the end of round 28. I have one more stitch, and that is my increase. 1 and 2. All right, now we should have 36 single crochets, and for round 29 we are going to work 1 single crochet to start, single crochet into the next 4, so that means we have 5 single crochets and then an increase, and I lost count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and now we increase. So repeat that around, and I'll meet you at the end. 5 singles, that's 3, 4, 5, and increase into the next. All right, repeat that around and I'll meet you at the end. Okay, coming to the end of round 29. I have one more stitch that gets my increase. And now you should have 42 single crochets. And for round 30, we're going to do the same thing, only 6 single crochets, and then we increase. So we single into our first, mark it. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then increase into the next. So go ahead and repeat that around, and I'll meet you at the end. 3, 4, be right back. All right, I'm coming to the end of round 30. I have one more single crochet to work into, and that's my increase. And now we should have 48 single crochet all the way around. And we are going to stop for a minute, and we're going to finish stuffing our head and our neck. So I'm just going to take some more stuffing here, and I'm just going to work it in there. Get it in there. We are going to be putting a lot of stuffing in here. All I'm doing is just filling it up and then shaping the head at the same time. Get in there. There. I'm telling you guys, it's going to be a lot of stuffing. Just when you think it's too much stuffing, we're going to add more. This is what is going to prevent us from having a floppy neck, first of all. And it's also going to let us shape his head how we want, or her head, whichever. But you see how, I'll do it on camera, the head back here has a nice round shape, but over here it kind of goes flat and then comes around. I'm going to fix that too. Work it around. Ah, getting tangled up. All right, now I'm going to kind of just try to keep the stuffing around the base of the head and into the neck. So what we're going to do now is we're going to separate our stitches. See how nice and firm that is? Don't worry about his neck yet, okay? What we're going to do is we're going to separate our stitches like this, and then we're going to work this part of our body, and then the part we leave open on the sides is going to be our arms. So you see how we're just going to pinch this right here, and then we're going to work in circles down. Well, no, we're not. Sorry. We're going to pinch that in half, and then we're going to start working in the round at the bottom, and that's what's going to start our body. And then what that's going to do is going to leave us two little holes right here on the side, and then we're going to work both of those down, and then that's our arms. All right, I think this is stuffed good for now. You can hear it if you thump it. Hear how solid it sounds. So what we're gonna stop stuffing now, because we're gonna have plenty of time to keep filling this up. After we've worked our body and stuff, we can get into those armholes. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this, and if you notice, we have a little bit point here, a little bit of a point there, 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 and there. So we have one, two, three, four, five, six. We're going to bring these two together, and then these two together. Okay, so then that's going to leave us a little bit right here. So I'm going to get a few extra stitch markers. Just to help me mark off. Okay, I have to look at my notes to remember how many stitches I need for the body, and I come up, whenever I did this one, I came up with 20 stitches for the body. So I'm going to come to this first point, which is our increase, and I'm going to mark, how can I explain this to you? So with the doll head facing me, and I've got this little point right here, which is my increase, right? If I pull it apart, you can see the two stitches into that one. I want the first stitch, and then I'm going to turn them around, and I'm going to come to this one, and I want, let's see, the second stitch of the increase. Okay, so when I turn it around, it's the same one. And I'm going to do this, I'm going to go ahead and mark that actually. Mark that one, and I'm going to bring it straight across to this one. Okay, now I'm going to come to this one. Now this one, I want the last stitch in the increase and the first one on that one. So that gives me this one into get in there, that one. All right, so here is our body and here's our arms. So we have now the 2 stitches that our stitch marker is holding while we're working is going to be 1, right? So if I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I don't think that's right, because I need 20. How much do I have for my arm? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. All right, we're gonna call that good. I don't know why I wrote that down, but it doesn't come out right. That's okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna remove our original stitch marker, all right? Oh, I know how I came up with that because I have, yeah. All right, so we have our stitch right here, our last one that we worked. So I'm gonna go ahead and pop that off. And then we have the one over here that's still marked, right? So I'm gonna pop that out, but I'm not gonna let it go. I'm gonna come straight into that. And work a stitch. And then I'm just gonna single crochet along here until I get to that next, oh, excuse me, next stitch marker. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and mark that as my first stitch. Doesn't matter which one you pick, just pick one. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and work into the one that is marked. I'm just going to go right in there with my stitch marker. Now I'm going to take it out. But I'm only going to take the side I worked into. And now I'm going to pull it out, but I'm still going to hold on to where I am so I don't lose that stitch. And I'm going to work a single. Oh crap, I lost it. There. And now I'm going to single crochet around. Sorry, I'm being quiet. I'm focusing. Right here. And that is one complete round. All right, so now we have a round of our body. And we should have 20. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Got it. All right. Okay, so here's the thing. If you guys, because I understand that was probably pretty confusing for some of you. And let's say you have 22. Let's say you have 22 stitches right here. No big deal. All you're going to do is this next round, instead of just working in the normal single crochet around, single crochet, I'm going to go ahead and show you. Single crochet into your first, okay? And we're going to go ahead and mark it so we don't lose it. Now let's say you have 22, right? But you need 20. So you have 2 extra stitches, right? So all you're going to do is just decrease 2 times. So decrease over the next 2, okay? Then single crochet just a couple. Let's say just do 3, okay? And then decrease again. Over the next 2. And then single crochet into each one until your stitch marker, or I mean the stitch right before your stitch marker. And then you should have 20. And you know, depending how many extra stitches you have that's past 20 is the number of times you need to decrease. And then let's say you have less than 20. No big deal, just increase. So let's say you have 18. So single crochet into a couple, increase, so that makes you up to 19. Single crochet into a couple, increase 1 more, and then that'll get you up to 20, and then just finish your row. I know that was kind of confusing, and even reading my notes and working with what I had, I didn't think I was going to get 20, but I did. All right, so we're going to move on to round 31. And 31, all we are going to do is single crochet into each one around. So I've already worked my first, so that's 1, and now I'm just going to single crochet into each one. All the way around. Oop. Yeah, messing up on this, the cool thing about it is it's so easy to fix it. You know what I mean? Like, it's 1 stitch off or 2 stitches off, just decrease once, increase once or twice, however. And even if it is off, oh well, it's not that big of a deal. Okay. That is 1 single crochet all the way around for round 31. So we should still have 20 single crochets. Now 32, we are going to single crochet into our first stitch. Mark that so we don't lose it. And now we're going to increase into the next. So that's 2 singles into the next stitch. 1 single into the next, increase into the next. 1 single into the next, increase into the next. So repeat that around, and I'm going to meet you guys in our last stitch right before our stitch marker. Okay, I'm coming to the end of round 32. I have 1 more stitch to work into, and that is my increase. Now we should have 30 single crochets. Okay, so now let me get a little post-it. We are going to work rounds 33 to 41. Just single crochet into each. So that's, let's see, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41. That's 9 rounds. Just single crocheting all the way around. So we're just going to single crochet around. There's the end of our round. Mark it down. Okay? So do that for 9 rounds and then come back here and we're going to work on our legs. He's looking cute. All right, get your 9 rounds down and come back here. Okay, that's 9 rounds of the belly done. So we're going to stop here. I'm going to pull out a long tail, not tail, but a long loop so I don't lose that stitch, I mean. And we're going to do a little more stuffing. Get my polyfill back out. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my finger through the armhole right here, and I'm just going to squish more into the head because I was looking at it while I was working my 9 rounds, and I kind of didn't like the way it looked. So I'm going to stuff, excuse me, I'm going to stuff a little bit more in there. Go right through the armhole. Alright, that looks a little bit better. Okay, now I'm going to do the neck. I'm just going to go through the armhole again. Just right there. And our test to see if it's going to stay up is to hold it by the shoulders and kind of flop it. See how it fell back a little bit? I'm going to stuff it just a little bit more. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and start stuffing the body all the way to the neck. All the way in there. Shove some in the neck if you want or need. Piece of hair. Don't be afraid to get rough with it either. You know what I mean? If you need to shove it in there, shove it in there. All right. I'm going to call that good for now because I can always add more in a little bit. Now what we're going to do, make sure I get in there nice and good so you guys can see. So I'm going to hold her upside down, or him, whichever. Hold it upside down with its, its head facing me. And I'm going to make it just as level, as even as I can. And I'm going to go right from the middle of the eyes, come right up, and I'm going to come right up, and I'm going to pinch straight in half as nice and even as I can. What I'm trying to do right now is keep it, its legs even with the eyes, so its face is straight. Does that make sense? So when I'm holding it like this, its face is straight at me and not off like that. Does that make sense? Okay, so what I'm going to do, we need to have it to where it's 15 and 15, okay? So it's nice and even. I'm just gonna try it and see what I've got. If I need to move. Oops, it came right out. Okay. That does not look even at all. I'm gonna go ahead and bring it over one more. Just testing it out. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I'm going to call that okay. I'm okay with that. Now what we're going to do is I'm going to leave this here, okay? And I'm going to take this stitch marker because we're no longer going to be working around as that the beginning, right? We're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to have 4 back be our beginning, okay? So whenever we finished round 41, right? Yeah, round 41, this was our last stitch, right? Right here was our last stitch. Count back 1, 2, 3, 4. Into that 4th one, that's going to be the beginning round of our leg, okay? So what we're going to do now, this is going to be a little tougher to do on camera. So I'm going to pause for a minute and I'm going to adjust my camera. Okay, let's see if that's any better. Yeah, a little bit, yeah. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and work around this leg. And I've already got 4 stitches, right? So I've got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, I'll move this, 12, 13, I'm going to go into this one that I have marked, is 14, now I'm going to come straight across. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and just get this out of the way. I'm going to come straight across. And there's 15. Now don't worry about the gap it's going to leave, okay? So that is round 1 that we just finished of our first leg. Now what we're going to do... Uh-oh, about to dump all my stuff. We are going to work 15 rounds for our leg, okay? So basically it's going to be like working 42 through 57 rounds. 42 through 57. So we got to have 15 rounds. So we just did round 1. So, and I want you guys to go ahead and, you know, at the stitch before your stitch marker, do it on camera. The stitch before your stitch marker is the end of your round, so that we just finished round 1. And now we're going to start round 2. Or, well, you guys get what I'm saying. So go ahead and work your 15 rounds around and around and around, and it should go pretty quick because just a few stitches, and then come back here and we're going to finish off our first leg. Okay guys, I'm back and I've done the 15 rounds for the leg. So we're going to go ahead and stop. I'm going to pull up a stitch, or pull up a big old loop so I don't lose that stitch, and we're going to do a little bit of stuffing of our leg. I think I might, yeah, I'm going to have to use the back of my crochet hook because my fingers not that long. Now here's the thing with stuffing your leg. If you overstuff it, it's going to come out a little beefy looking, which, you know, whatever, doesn't matter. But the problem with that is it's a little hard to get both the legs to look the same whenever, you know, one's a little overstuffed, which I'm pretty sure I just did. That's all right. Dang it. Okay, just a little bit more on the bottom. Okay. That looks good. Maybe just a little bit more. Because what we're going to do now is close up the bottom, and then I can squish it out into the... You'll see what I mean. Never mind. Forget what I was trying to say. Okay, so we got our 15 rounds done. Now what we are going to do is we're going to close up the bottom of the leg. So we are going to work 2 single crochets and then a decrease. So we're going to single into our first, mark it, single into our second, and then decrease. Single into the next, single into the next, and then decrease. And I'm working into a little bit of that polyfill, but that's all right. All right, single into the next, single into the next, and decrease. Single into the next, single into the next. I have one more stitch, so I can't work my decrease, so I'm just going to go ahead and single crochet into it. And that's the end of, we're going to call that round 58. And now, to start round 59, we are going to work a single crochet, and decrease. 1 single crochet and decrease. 1 single and decrease. 1 single, 2 stitches left, and I missed that. Decrease over the last 2. And to, let's see, that was round 59. And to work the last round, we're going to decrease in all the way around. So the first 2 stitches, a decrease. Go ahead and still mark our first. And then just decrease around. Oop, I didn't mean to do that. I've got 2 stitches and just decrease over the last 2. And now what we're going to do is we're going to chain 1 and pull up a long loop. About that long. I'd say that's probably about 6 inches. Snip. Take out our stitch marker. Pull that tight. Now I'm just going to kind of roll my leg a little bit like a piece of dough to get some of that polyfill down in there. I'm going to put this long tail on my needle. And now I'm just going to go in and out each of the top of the top of the decreases. So I came out, so I'm going to go in, come out, pull tight, and now I'm going to take it right through my leg, and I'm going to bring it out at one of the holes. Don't run it through your stitches, okay? Just go right straight into one of the holes. Grab it, pull it down a little bit. Now here's my favorite thing. If you tug on it or pull on it just a tad, snip, and it goes right back inside and you can't see it. Now I'm just going to kind of move everything around a little bit. And there is our first leg. Now, if you feel like you need to stuff it a little bit more, don't worry about it, because you can always, get your finger around in there and maneuver some stuffing around and add more stuffing. But you need to do that now, because we're going to go ahead and start our second leg, and once you get so far, you ain't going to be able to get in there. So if you want to add more, go ahead and do it now, which I think the bottom I should have added just a little bit more. So I'm just going to get in there, which it's not pretty. I'm manhandling it a little bit. Kind of fill that bottom of that leg a little bit. And now all I'm doing is I'm going in there and grabbing some polyfill and pulling it down from the body into the leg. Just to fill that up a little bit. That's a little bit better. I can get a little more out of there. Okay, I like that better. Feel how firm it sounds? Or you feel how firm it sounds? Hear how firm it sounds? That's what I want. I want it nice and full. Okay. So now I'm going to go ahead and add a little more polyfill to the body, since I pulled some of it into the leg, which I can always add more to that in just a little bit. But we're going to go ahead and I'm going to show you how to start our second leg, our other leg. You only have two, right? We're going to get that started, and then I'm going to let you finish it off camera just like we did on this one. The only thing is, this one is a little bit of a pain in the butt to work. How can I explain it? Like, well, we're going to start anywhere. It doesn't matter. Oh, pardon me. I need a drink. Oh, excuse me. We're going to attach our yarn anywhere. It doesn't matter where, right? And then we're going to work around. The hard part is coming from here to here. Now, the first couple of rounds are going to be a little bit of a pain. We're going to have to move this leg and finagle around. But once we get one or two, well, not one or two, probably about four rounds around, then it's going to start getting easier, because we can start pulling the, the fabric on camera. Sorry. I don't know if I just described, I'll start over, because I don't know if I just did that on camera or not. So what I was saying was, we're going to attach anywhere. So we can just attach our yarn right here, right? And then we're going to single crochet around. And what I was saying was that right here, from here, on the first 2 or 3 or 4 rounds, is going to be a little bit of a pain trying to get between the leg and the gap, right? But once we get around there 3 or 4, 5 times, it gets a little bit easier, because we can take the material that we've created working the single crochets, and we can kind of pull it away a little bit and then just work it and work it and work it and work it. But I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to show you how to do that. And we're going to do, after we get attached, we're going to do the exact same thing with the other leg that we did with this one. Work our 15 rounds, work the 3 decrease rounds, pull up a long tail, and weave in and out, pull it through the leg, and so on and so forth. But I'm going to let you guys do that by yourselves. So to attach, I need to adjust my camera, because it's a little bit of a pain. I apologize for all the wiggling. It's a little bit of a pain to try to hold this and film on camera and keep the leg out of the camera. So I'm just going to go anywhere. Doesn't matter where. Go right in there. get my slip knot on, pull my tail so it comes down, and I'm just going to pull it through. I'm going to go ahead and chain one, which we shouldn't do any other time through this, and then I'm just going to go right back in there with a single, and I'm going to mark it just like the other rounds. Mark our first round, pull my tail a little tighter. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Here's where it kind of starts to get a little rough. 8, 9, 10, 11. And I'm gonna move him and pull and all kinds of stuff to try to be able to get my stitches in there. What was that, 11? 12, 13. Now, 14 and 15 are on the other side because we've already worked into what's in the middle, right? And that one we've already worked into on the other leg. So we've got to come right across here. See, that was 13. Right there is 14. And 15. All right. Now, see that little gap we got? The little hole we got in our fancy bit area? Don't worry about that, okay? This long tail that we left, we're going to get that, we're going to pull that out to the side of our, well, no, squish it in there inside of our leg. What we're going to do is we're going to close that up, but later. Yeah, we do need the tail. What am I doing? Ugh. Just get it out of the way. Okay. So now all you're going to do is work your, well, now we only have 14 more rounds because we just did one together. So I did one. So we're going to work 14 more rounds, okay? So get your leg, well, 14 more rounds and then finish your leg just like we did this one. And once your leg is done, come back and we're going to do our arms. And then we are going to be done with our doll. And then we can add hair and clothes and all kinds of good stuff. So get your leg done and come back. Okay guys, I'm back. I know I said I was just going to let you finish this other leg off camera, but I've decided I'm going to go ahead and just come back with you guys. And we're going to stuff this leg together. So I've put a little bit in there, but I still need to add more to the body. And I'm just going straight through the leg. And I'm using the back of my crochet hook because I can't reach with my finger. And I'm just stuffing. Get my work out of there. And actually, all of the polyfill that I've been putting in there, only to like right there of the leg is stuffed. The rest of it's kind of in the body. Now I'm focusing more on the leg. That's nice. A little bit more. Okay, that's good. So now all you need to do is just close up this leg like we did this leg. So get that done and come back. Okay guys, so we're back and we've got our other leg closed. It's looking good. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take this tail, get it on our needle. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to go from one side to the other, pull tight, and we're just going to close up that little hole in his fancy bit area. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull it through, but I'm not going to pull it all the way. See the little loop it leaves right here? I'm going to take my needle right through there. And now pull it tight. I'm going to do it one more time. So basically what we're doing is creating a little knot right there so it doesn't move. Then we're going to take our needle, put it into any hole, and then we're going to bring it out in a hole. Now remember, don't go through stitches, okay? Just into the little holes, right? And now what we're going to do, I'm going to turn it this way so you guys can see. If I pull it tight and then snip, see how the end pops right back inside of him? And it's gone. Can't see it. Okay, so that part is done. Polyfill gets everywhere. Okay, now we're going to start on our arms. Look at my notes here. All right, so it doesn't matter which one we start on, but we're just going to insert a hook anywhere. And we're going to get a slip knot. Make sure you leave a long tail. Put that on our hook. All right, now we're going to pull it through. Chain one and go right back in there with a single. And now we're going to mark with a stitch marker. The first stitch of our round. There's a cat fight behind me. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, so we've got our first single crochet. Now we're going to single crochet into the next two. 1 and 2. Okay, so we have 3 single crochets. And now we're going to decrease over the next 2. So remember, a decrease is we insert, pull up, insert into the next stitch, pull up, 3 loops on our hook, yarn over, pull through 3. Single crochet into the next 3. 1, 2, and 3. Get that tail out of the way. And now we're going to decrease over the next 2, which is here and here. Now it's going to kind of get a little tricky on the under part of the arm, kind of like it was on our leg. But don't worry, we're going to get through it. You've made it this far and we're almost done, and look how cute it looks. Okay, so we've decreased. Oh geez. we decreased over the next 2, and now we're going to single crochet into the next 3. So we work into, I think that stitch we worked into, so we come straight across, get this close, we come straight across and go straight into this little one right here. Okay, so our last was a decrease, so we're going to come straight across and work 1, 2, and 3. We've got a little bit of a hole here we're going to take care of. Don't worry about that. Okay, so we have one more single crochet right there, and we're just going to single crochet into that. Oopsie daisy, get that out of there. Okay, so after looking at my notes, I realize I'm off a single crochet, and I see it. I completely missed it. I'm sorry. I apologize. I skipped the stitch I told you to go into. After I finished, I thought, what in the world? I'm supposed to have 2 left. I'm sorry about that, guys. So pull that back out, and the stitch right here, this little bitty one, I don't know why I skipped it, but we're going to single crochet into that one. 1, and then the next, there's 2, and there is 3. Okay, now we got it. Now we've got 2 stitches, 2 single crochets left. So we're going to go ahead and decrease over those 2. Okay, now we're cooking with fire. I'm sorry about that. After I finished it, I thought, what? That's not right. What did I do? Okay, so there. We've got that, row 1 of our arm. Get back into my notes. Okay, so for row 2, we're going to do the exact same thing. We're going to single crochet into the first 3. 1, mark that so we don't lose it. 1, 2, and 3, and now we've decreased over the next 2. Single crochet into the next 3. 1, 2, and 3, and decrease over the next 2. 1 and 2, and then we're just going to single into the last 2 stitches. Okay, so that is the end of row 2. We've got a little shoulder here where it starts to curve. Okay, so now what we're going to do, I get me a Post-it. All right, so we're going to work round 3 through 7, which is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 5 rounds. That's a D. And all we're going to do is single crochet all the way around. So we just finished round 2. Oh, and we should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We should have 10 single crochets. So we just finished round 2. So for round 3, we're going to single into our first, mark it, and just single crochet all the way around. That's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think I miscounted when I started. That's okay. Okay, so that is round 3. So I mark that and I move on. So repeat that for 5 rounds and come back here when you're at when you just finished round 7, okay? And we're going to go on from there. We're almost done. Okay, guys, I'm back. Just finished. I don't know what that is. Just finished round 7. We still have 10 single crochets in our arm. Now we're going to go ahead and we're going to stuff a little bit. So I got me some of my polyfill here. I'm just kind of pulling it apart. And I'm going to try to like twist it a little bit just to shape it to the arm, if that makes sense. Stuff a little bit in there. I'm going to have to use the back of my crochet hook, oh for Pete's sake, if I could speak, to get it in there because my finger's too fat. Looks good. Just kind of roll it in there. I have a hair in my polyfill. Cat hair. Okay, now I'm actually going to take the time to put some of my stuffing into his chest and neck, just because it's a little floppy there and I don't like it. And I'm going to end up here in a little bit, we're going to close up this arm and then we're not going to have an opportunity to put any more stuffing in him. Kind of wiggle this around. Okay, now you see how his, well, hold on just a second. See how his head is kind of floppy? I don't want that. So I'm going to take a little more stuffing. I'm going to get it in there. I'm going right like this into his neck. I'm just going burp and stuffing it in his neck. Don't be worried about being too rough or too easy with him. Or if yours is a girl. Whatever it is. Because we can always manipulate it. Here's my theory with, stuffing our dolls. We can always overstuff and manipulate it later. We don't want to understuff and then we can't manipulate it later because we can't add more once we're done, right? So it's that theory that I'd rather have too much than not enough. You know what I mean? Like, I can always move around when I've got too much. I can't go back and add it. And the reason I'm saying that is because I just noticed I have a spot in its leg. Right here. I'm just trying to squish some more down in there. Looking at my camera and its little head's all jerking around. It's kind of cute looking. I don't mean for it to do that, but anyway. Okay. That's better. All right. Head's not so floppy anymore. All right, we're going to move on with the arm. All right, so we just finished round 7. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to work 8 to 12, just single crocheting around. Round 8 through 12. So that's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 5 more rounds. And all we're going to do is just single crochet around. First couple of rounds you might have to work around your polyfill, but that's all right. Okay, so get 8 to 12 done and come back here and we're going to finish up the arm. Okay, I've just finished round 12. So now we're going to do a little more stuffing just to finish up this arm. Now this is similar to the leg. If we overstuff a little bit, it's going to look a little wonky. So you want to be careful and not to overstuff it too much. I know what I said earlier, that if, you know, we can always manipulate it. But sometimes if we overstuff, it's going to just stay looking a little weird. If we overstuff the legs and the arms, I should say. Okay. I'm just going to add a tad more in the bottom here. My cat is wanting... Okay. I got a little bit in there. All right. And for the last round of our arm, we are going to work decreases all the way around. So we're going to decrease over the first 2. 1 and 2. Mark that so we don't lose our first. Decrease over the next 2. Decrease over the next 2. Decrease over the next 2. And then we're going to decrease over our last 2. And now we're going to slip stitch to our first. Chain 1, pull up a long loop so we can weave that in. Cut. Pull that down. All right, now we're going to put our tail on our needle. Nope, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, and now we're going to go in and out of the top of these decreases. So we're going to go in, out the next, in the next, out the next, in one more time, and then I'm just going to do a little knot. Well, do it on the side here. Uh-oh, it's on his leg. Go through there, pull it tight, do that one more time in the same area. There's our knot. I'm going to go straight in the middle, come out underneath without going through any stitches, just straight through the holes. Pull that down a little. I'm going to pull tight and snip, and it goes back in, and there is our arm. All right, now we're going to clean up that little hole underneath. So we're going to get the tail from where we started our leg, arm, get that on there, and I'm going to bring it right straight through, and I'm going to come out at that big hole underneath. So I'm just going to go in, and I'm going to come out on one side, doesn't matter which side. And now I'm going to go straight over it, through a hole on the opposite side, and I'm going to come right back out where I was started. Don't go through your yarn. And now I'm going to pull that tight. I'll do that one more time. It closes up that hole. Now I'm going to do the knot. So we knot it down. Pull through, leave that little loop there. Run our needle through that loop. Pull tight and do it one more time. Leave that little loop. Put my needle through there. Pull it tight. Now I'm just going to run my needle through my doll. Remember to go through a hole, not a stitch. I'm just going to pull it through. Pull tight. Snip, and it pops back inside. And there is our first arm. Ta-da! So now, before we start our second arm, I am going to go ahead and stuff our doll pretty good. Mainly, I'm stuffing the chest area and the sides. So I want to get, I'm trying to go straight across, and I want to get right here. I feel like I should have done that earlier before I did the arm, but that's all right. It's looking good. If you need any more on the neck, now's the time to do it. Okay, I like that. That's looking good. So we're going to do the exact same thing we did with the first arm. I messed up right there. See how it's got a lump in its leg? It's driving me nuts. Wonder. What that is the polyfill right there is kind of balled up, and it's not underneath, and that's why it gives that little, but that's okay, because nobody's going to see it because they're going to have clothes on. Okay, so you guys go ahead and get your arm started, get going on your arm, and then come back here whenever, let's see, come back here at the end of round 12, right before we close it up, and we're going to make sure it's all stuffed nice and neat and pretty, okay? So go ahead and attach and work all the way to round 12, and then come back at the end of round 12, okay? Okay guys, so I'm back, and we have just finished round 12 of our second arm. And I wanted to come back on here to make sure everybody's got theirs nice and stuffed, because this is the end. This is where we're going to close it all up, and there's no adding more after this. So I'm just going to go ahead and get down in their arm. Okay, that tail out of the way. I like the way that's feeling. So I'm going to go ahead and work 13, which is the decrease all around. So decrease over the first and the second. Go ahead and still mark it. Okay, the next one and the next one. And keep going. This one and last one. Here and here. Pull through all three. Slip stitch to our first. Chain one, pull up a big loop so we can weave that in. Cut. Pull that through, pull tight. Last chance. Any more little stuffing you want to add? I'm going to add just a tiny bit. Just into the tip here. Get in there. Alright, now I'm going to get this tail on a needle. That in there. And now I'm just going to go in, out. In, out. Got one more. In. Pull that tight. And now I'm just going to make a little knot. Oop, I'm sorry. Go through that loop. Pull tight. Do it one more time, so we're double knotting it. Go through that loop. Pull tight. And now I'm just going to go straight through the middle. Bring this needle out through the hole, not through the stitches. Pull it tight a little bit. I got a little polyfill sticking out, but that's all right. Okay, I'm going to pull it tight. Snip, and it pops right back inside. Oh my gosh, look at it. One last thing, that's to close up that hole underneath the armpit. Okay, got that on my needle. I'm just going to go straight in there. Come out on one side, doesn't matter which side. Alright, now I'm going to go over and go right through. That one more time. Pull it tight, close it up, and I'm just going to do a little knot to secure it down. One, and one more time. That loop open, go right through there, and pull tight. And now I'm going to take this, I'm going to go to the back this time, come out a stitch, between stitches I mean, in the hole. Alright, pull tight, snip, pops back inside, and there we go. Look at him, it's adorable. There is our crochet doll. Now the next tutorial we're going to be working on adding hair, and we'll see from there, because I'm going to do a male hair and I'm going to do a female hair. But I hope you guys enjoy. I hope you guys had a blast making your little amigurumi doll or crochet doll, however you want to call it. And look forward to the next parts. Where's my other one? They're adorable. Hi everybody, welcome back to my channel. Today's tutorial is going to be, moving my camera here, is going to be the face and the hair for our dolls. Now, I want to say, this is me, this is Matt, and this is a short-haired doll that I just wanted to show you guys how to do, because Matt doesn't have short hair, so I thought, well, I'm going to make another one so I can show you guys how to do short hair. Now, your short hair doesn't have to be fluffy like this one. I just made it that way because I wanted to. But I show you guys how to do the short hair. And I also show you how to do the long hair. And then with Matt here, he has, like, I messed him up a little bit. I thought he was going to look a little better, and I had an idea in my head that I was going to use for his beard, and it doesn't work. So, we have this. So, to get started, what you're going to need is some black embroidery floss. Now, I use that for the eyelashes in the eyebrow. Oh, and speaking of eyelashes, I had the hardest time with her eyelash on camera. I don't know why, but it made me so mad. I could not get that right. Anyhow, so you're going to need black embroidery floss. You are going to need white embroidery floss. And then you're going to need a color that you choose for lips. Now, I just use a pink color for lips, male or female. Got it all tangled up. I'm trying to get it out so I can show you guys. I just use, it looks a little peachy on there, but it's not. It's just a straight up pink. And then I used a needle. This is what I used to do the eyebrows, right, like this one, and then the eyelashes. Now, this is more of a needle and thread needle. This isn't like our blunt tip for yarn. See the difference? Now, you don't have to have the needle and thread needle. You can do this with a blunt tip. I just did that. I just preferred to use the needle and thread needle because I can get it through the yarn of the stitch and put the eyelash where I wanted. Well, semi where I wanted because she didn't want to cooperate with me today. You're going to need a pair of scissors and some fabric tack. Now, the only times that we use this is going to be depending on you. So, for instance, I used a little bit on their mouths just because I wanted to kind of secure that they stayed there, and the same scenario with, same deal with their eyebrows. I just set it, I just put a little dollop and then like pushed it there and held it so it'd stay there just to secure it a little more. And, now, I don't do this, but if you wanted to make sure 110% the hair is not going to come out of this doll, put a drop on each strand and then, you know, tie it onto the head. You don't have to do that. I just am trying to throw suggestions out there in case you guys, you know, if little kids are going to be playing with this, you know, you wanted to make sure the hair does not come out. This is one way that will help. But I show another way. And then, if you want the fluffy grandma look, I used a dog brush. And now you want one that's got the real rough bristles. You don't want one that has the soft nubbies at the end. You want one that is going to tear the crap out of that yarn. I didn't clean this after I got done using it. Let me think. Is there anything else I need to say or tell you? If you want to do glasses, then what I used on him, I used floral wire that I got from Amazon. I just got a real thin one and then I just bent it the way I wanted it. And that is it. So get your supplies together. Oh, I do want to show you this. This is not my pattern. This is something else. But this is, and you'll understand in the video, this is a full head of hair tied into a ponytail. I just heard a really weird noise. I don't know what that was. But because like in this video, I tell you that if you're going to have a doll that has hair down, you don't need to do every single stitch with, or down or up with the hair yarn. You can actually just do like every other stitch. But this one I did every single stitch, and you can see how her ponytail comes out and how thick, how thick her hair is. So, having said that, I now realize that one of the things you're going to need, I forgot to tell you, is the yarn you want for your hair. Now mine, I used Red Heart Super Saver in the color Coffee. And then for him and this one, I used Red Heart Super Saver in Dusty Gray. And it does, like for both of those dolls, that was a lot of yarn. The gray for these was a lot of yarn. Okay, that's it, guys. Let's get our stuff together and get started. Okay, guys, we are going to start the face of our dolls. So I've got a couple examples I want to show you. Get my stuff laid out here. Okay, so to start off, we have the eyelash, which on this one I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 eyelashes. But I also have one that only has 3 eyelashes. So you guys can pick which one you want to do. And then we have just the eyebrow. I like to do this on the male dolls. But you can see just by changing the angle a little bit, completely changes the look. See how mine is, this one's a little not as bowed as this one is. And then, of course, we have the mouth. Now, all it is pink embroidery floss and white. Now, on this one, you can tell it's yarn. It's really thin yarn. So, you can use yarn or embroidery floss. It's completely up to you. But, first off, we are going to work on this eyebrow. Okay, so I'm going to get some stuff. Now I got this needle pack from Dollar General, and if you notice, it has 2 needles that are really, really long. Those are kind of helpful, blah, what the heck, I cannot speak today. Helpful with working on eyebrows. But you do not have to have, you know, one of these needles. You don't have to have a thread needle. You can definitely do this with a normal blunt tip yarn needle. Drop that. Just like that. The only reason I choose to use a needle and thread needle is because it's easier to get into, you know, the stitch. Instead of between the stitches, I want to go into the yarn like that. Does that make sense? So to start off, I'm going to get a piece of why does this keep coming apart? There. A piece of embroidery floss. I'm going to say about a foot long. And I am going to have leftovers. Where are my scissors? Which I'm okay with. Little bitty chunks like this, because there's all kinds of different things I can use that for. Okay, so I'm going to get this on my needle. Or I'm just going to use a needle threader. There. Okay. And I want about, get off there, I thought it was going to fall. I guess it's not. About, there, that much tail left hanging off, and you'll see why in just a minute. So I'm going to take my doll here, and I want them to be similar. They don't have to be the same, but I would like them to be the same. So if I look, just about that 1 bar from the eye. So I'm going to go right here. So 1 bar, so I'm going to go right there. And I'm going to come out. Let's see. He's got 1 bar at the top, right above it. So about right here. Now, whenever we're pulling this through, make sure you leave enough right here to be able to hide that. Because if it's too short and you can't get it on your needle and then, you know, be able to weave it, you're never going to be able to hide it. So make sure you have a longer piece. That's long enough. So I'm going to come back and I'm going to go right back in where I started. And I'm going to come right back out here, right back where I came out. Just going to close that up just a tad. Oop, about lost this needle. I'm going to do that one more time. I'm going to come right back in here and come right back out there. And I'm not pulling too tight because I don't want to make it a tight, like squish my stitches, right? So if I look, I like the way that looks. So it looks nice and pretty. So I'm going to get my needle off my hook here, or my my thread off my needle. Actually, I'm sorry. I changed my mind. I didn't want to do that. Let me get this back on here. Okay. So what I'm going to do with this, because I can tell I've only got 2 strands right here, so I'm good on the thickness. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go right back in, and I'm just going to pick an area to come out in between the stitches. Do not come through the yarn. Right like that. And don't pull it tight. Just go until it's hidden from right here. And now I'm going to pull it off my needle. Actually, I need my scissors. Hold on just a second. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to give this a little bit of a tug and snip. My lights are flashing and I don't know why. Okay, anyway, so if you look right here, you can see the tip, the end of the thread. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pretend like my finger is the needle. I'm going to go in there and I'm going to swipe it away, and it's going to hide it. Actually, I'm going to use my bigger needle. I'm just going to swipe it away. See how it went away? Basically, it's just hiding it. Okay, so now I'm going to grab this one. I'm going to have to use my threader. Okay, so now I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to go right in there, and I'm just going to come out somewhere between my stitches. Don't come out through your yarn. Don't pull it too tight either, just a little bit right there. I'm going to pull a little and snip. Take my blunt needle. I'm just going to go in there and swipe it away. And there you go. There's your eyebrows. So now you just repeat it on the other side. Now this is totally optional. You don't have to do this, but just to keep mine in place, I just take a little bit of my fabric tack, and I'm just gonna go, I'm just gonna put just a little bitty dot right there. And then I'm gonna push them back, the eyebrows. And that just kind of gives it that more of a little bow look. So this is what I always use on the men dolls. He looks so cute. I'm happy with him. Okay, so if you guys are going to do that, then go ahead and repeat on the other side. And now we are going to move on to the eyelashes. So I need my black thread, embroidery floss, I'm going to pull out a little bit, let's say 1.5 feet. And the reason for that much is because we've got a little bit more to do than just the little bow eyebrow. So I'm going to thread my needle. All right. Okay, we are going to start this eyelash, and I want to say I forgot this is, if you guys watched the video of making this doll, I tell you in the video that I made two. The one I made the prototype with and then wrote my pattern with, and then the second one is the one I made on camera with you guys. Well, this is the one, my prototype one, and I forgot she's the one I messed up. So like, here's the back of her head. So I had forgot to do her eyes, the safety back thing on her eye. So I actually just had to glue one of her eyes down. So your doll is going to probably look a little bit better than mine because I forgot to do her eyes. Anywho, so to start the eyelash, I am going to start at the bottom lash and then work my way up, right? So if you look at this one, the bottom eyelash is almost just a tad bit more this way from the middle of the eye. So that's where I'm going to start. And if I notice, it's got one full stitch for the length is a little over one full stitch. And then kind of right in the middle of the next. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to find just a tad bit less than middle. And I'm going to go past one full stitch and then right into the next. And I'm going to stab it right in there. And now I'm going to come out. I want to come out as close to underneath the eye as I can. Mine is a little messed up because of the glue I got underneath there. I'm going to come out just as much as the underneath the eye I can, because then we can hide where it all comes together. So I'm going to pull it out. Or not pull it out, but pull a little. Now remember, we want a semi-long tail so we can hide that later. So I'm going to go to about right there. And I'm going to come right back in there. And try not to go through. Like, I don't want to go through the embroidery floss. I just want to follow it along. And I'm going to come right back underneath there. Right back underneath that eye. You are going to have to manhandle this a little bit. Okay. Uh-oh. I got it stuck on her arm. Get out of there. Pull it. I got everything tangled up now. There. Alright, now this is going to be her bottom eyelash, so we don't want to pull it too tight. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring my tail up, and I'm going to kind of lay it to where I would want that this next eyelash to go, right? And right there looks pretty good, so I want it to come out to the same length. I want it to come out to the same length as this one. So if I pull this up a little bit and I look, I want it to go about right in there. So I'm going to push it in and then I'm going to come out underneath the eye as much as I can. Oops, I pulled it right out. Right there. Like I said, this is going to be so much easier for you guys because you probably have your backs, the backs on your eyes. If not, you know, we're going to still make it look good. I'm going to pull this through, kind of untangle this so we don't get a knot. Right there. Get that out of the way. And now I'm going to bring it back up. I'm going to find the spot for my next eyelash. Now I kind of don't like the way this middle one came out. So I'm going to show you guys how to fix it. Take your embroidery floss off your needle. And I'm just going to run my needle underneath that embroidery floss so I can pick it up. But you got to be careful. You got to make sure, I might want to just use a blunt tip. Make sure you've only got your embroidery floss and not your yarn. And I'm just going to pull that right out of there. So it's going to be this side that we want to pull on. And we can pull it right out. Hi, Churchy. Alright, I'm going to get this threaded again. Just use my needle threader. Everything, like my hands are extended, so trying to work with something that I usually have right up next to my eyes is a little harder. So using the threader makes it easy for filming. Okay. Okay, now we got it. Okay, so right there is where it comes out. So I'm going to go out a little bit farther, see how that looks. And now I'm going to try to come back under, oop, too far, under the eye. And pull. There, that looks better. Okay, so I'm going to come up, bring my tail up. And now I'm on my third eyelash, so I'm going to come up a little bit, which happens to be right in there. So I'm going to come in, go under the eye. Did it again. There. Now, if you don't like the way it's, you know, like this one, I don't know, this one's bugging me. I've got a way, we're going to do the same thing we did with the eyebrow on the other doll with a little bit of that fabric tack. We'll take care of it. Okay, 2 more. So I'm going to bring my working embroidery floss up and bring it out to about there. And now I'm closer to the top of the eye. I can just bring it out like right here, which is really hard because it's full of glue. All right, pull that tight. I'm trying to just pull this a little bit so it's not so close to this other one. Okay, 1 more, and then we are done. I think I came out too far underneath that eye, but that's all right. So I'm going to tuck it in there, and then I'm just going to, yeah, I came out way too far. Crap. I'm going to have to pull this last one out. Dang it. See, it's easy to mess these eyelashes up. But that's all right, because it's super easy to fix. So I'm actually going to fix this off camera, because I want to try to keep this video a little bit slower, or a little bit shorter, because I still have to do the hair. So I'm going to get that fixed, and I'll be right back. Okay guys, I'm back. I got this thing all messed up off camera, so I had to start over, then I messed it up again and started over, and now I'm thinking of getting it. So on this 4th one, I'm just going to lay it down, and I'm going to go in, and I'm going to go to the back of this eye, poke it, and then drag my needle along the back and pull it through, but don't pull it too tight. This one right here is just giving me the hardest time. All right, last one. All right, so now I'm going to come up to the top. I want to go in about right there. Go to the back of the eye. Come out. Pull it not too tight. There we go. Not perfect, but holy cow, those were a pain. All right, I am going to clean this up now. Hide these ends like we did before. I'm just going to go in behind the eye, come out somewhere between the stitches. Oops, not through it. Don't pull it too tight. Give it a little bit of a tug and snip. I'm going to take my needle, go in there and swoop and hide. Now I'm going to Get my other end on my needle. I'm going to go right back in where I started. Come out in the middle of my stitches. Get my end through there without pulling it too tight. There. Pull it a little bit and snip. Take my needle, go in there, and I'm gonna swoop. And I can see right there, I need to again. All right. There is our eyelashes. They don't match 100%, but that's all right. I'm fine with that. I don't know why this one was just giving me so much trouble. Kind of making me mad. Anyway, now let's move on to the mouth. So I got a little bit I want to talk about on the mouth. I don't mind the males to have pink lips because it's like, it's the color, you know, of your lips, but apparently I shouldn't have done that, which, okay. But, so I guess for your guys's, if you're doing a man, you know, you could use black for the lips, or you could use a shade of pink that I guess isn't too lipstick colored, I guess. I don't know. Apparently I shouldn't have done that. I don't know. Anyway, everybody in my house is like, that looks like a woman. Like, no, it don't. Well, anyhow, I am going to go ahead and use the same color that I was using before for my lips. Get a piece out. About a foot is fine. Okay. So I'm going to get this on my needle. Same needle that I was using for the eyelashes. Okay. Make sure you got a decent length of tail. And I want the mouth to be, you know, between the eyes. So I'm going to come down right here. You know, this is the one they're on. Both of the eyes are on. So I'm going to go 1, 2, 3. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to go 4. And I'm going to come in right there, right before that eye. So like if the eye was here, it, you know, down on this row, it'd be right there. So I'm going to come in and I'm going to go over 1, 2, 3, 4 posts. I'm going to pull it through right there. Make sure you leave enough tail. And I'm going to go right back in it again and come back out where I went in. Don't pull it tight. Get my tail out of the way. Right there. So now I want to do the, you know, the arch at the bottom. So I'm going to come down. I'm just going to kind of hold it and see where I would want it to go. Alright, so I want to go about right here, right into this row. So I'm going to come down here. I'm going to come down 1, 2, and that next row. And I'm just going to barely go through the yarn. Just a tad. See how much is on my needle? It might snap when I pull it through here. I'm going to pull the floss through there. And then I'm going to come up and I'm going to go right in again where we come in. But don't go through your other piece of floss. And I'm going to come out right there. And get that tail out of the way. Now I'm going to do it again, but I'm going to go into a different spot right underneath. Just ever so lightly get some yarn on there. If the yarn snaps when you pull it through, that's alright. And I'm going to go right back in and come out the top. Alright, so now we got 2 strands on here and 2 strands here, but I need 2 strands here. So I'm going to go ahead and come back in and come out over there without going through my yarn. Get the tail out of the way. Pull through. Don't pull it very tight. And there. Now I'm going to go ahead and just hide the tails of my mouth. Mouth is the easy part. Alright. Pull that through. Don't pull it tight. Give it a little bit of a tug and snip. Take a needle and I'm going to hide that. Now we're going to do it to the other side. Now this is where you really want to make sure you got that long tail, because if you don't, it is hard to get in there. Okay. Now I'm going to go right back in where everything is coming out. Go in between my stitches without stabbing myself. Pull this out. Now remember, don't pull it too tight, but just a little bit of a tug. Snip. Take my blunt tip, go right in there and swoop it and hide that. Now I'm going to give her a little bit of teeth right here. So just a little piece of white is all we need. Oh, I'd say about a foot again, that's fine. Alright, I'm going to get this on my needle. I knew better than to do that. Just use my needle threader. And all right. Now for our teeth, I'm going to take our doll and I'm going to go right into the corner here. Now you may need to go through your yarn. The point of us doing this is that I don't want the teeth to be on this side of the lips, right? I want it to be on the inside. So I'm going to go right in that corner. Can you guys see that? And I'm going to come out right in the corner on the inside of the pink. Now I'm going to pull it through. Make sure you leave a little bit longer than that, about that long of a tail. And now I'm going to come over and I'm going to try to go in right in the same spot I came out and do the same thing on this side. Oop. I don't want to make a knot, so make sure your embroidery floss isn't inside. Just give it a little bit of a tug. Now you see how this end has a little more in it? Just tug on that and it'll tighten a little bit. Now I want another strand in there, so I'm going to go ahead and just go right in there. But this time, I'm going to go right in there. But this time I'm going to come out over here because I don't need to add any more. So I'm going to come out right between the stitches. Now when I pull it tight, or not pull it tight, but pull it tighter, my tail is a little long. So you need to get in there. See the tail sticking out in the corner of her mouth. There. Now I'm just going to take my needle and kind of pull that up a little bit. Now I'm going to take this one, get this one on my needle, I feel like I got a frog in my throat. All right, now we're gonna do the same thing. I'm just gonna put it in, poke it in there, and I'm gonna pull out somewhere in between stitches. And I can see there's a little bitty ball in the corner of her mouth, so I'm just gonna pull that out. All right. Give it just a tiny tug, snap, snip it, tiny tug and snip it. I'm gonna take my needle, get out of here. Now I don't see where my ends were. Oh, that's a good thing. I'm gonna swipe in there anyway, just to hide anything. I can see a piece of black right there. There. Well, there. And there is her face. So you guys can do all kinds of different things with the colors. All right, so now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a little bit of fabric tack and I'm just gonna put it down here at the bottom so I kind of secure her bottom lip. So I'm just gonna take a little bit. There it is. Go right along, just to secure it, just to keep it from going anywhere. Ta-da! I wish I could have made her eyelashes match, but that's all right. Okay, now we're ready for some hair. Okay, I apologize, guys. Since I started trying to film this video, I've gotten like 3 calls. Nobody will try to contact me or talk to me until I'm in the middle of filming. Anyway, okay, so with this hair, there's a couple things I want to talk about. First of all, I want you to know to always remember when you're doing the hair of your dolls, this one little rule. Super simple. Okay? You can always take away, you cannot add. So, having said that, when you are working with the male doll hair and you want to do it short, remember, you can always take away, we cannot add. So it's easier to do the men's hair if you do it long at first and then cut it later. And, you know, be careful cutting it. As far as the girls, we're going to start with them first. So what I do, first I need to adjust my camera. Okay, so what I'm going to do for my doll is I'm going to take a piece of yarn. I'm going to do brown. And I'm going to kind of hold it to her head and see where I want to go. And then I'm just going to add a little bit more so I can always trim it if I don't like it. So I'm going to start with about that long, that long a hair. Okay, so we need to find something this long or roughly close to it. I found that my notepad here, nope, that wasn't the one I had. Here it is. My handy notepad. It's about the length I need. It's close enough. I can always adjust it. The length I need for my hair. So what I'm going to do, let's see if I can't get this adjusted again. This is going to be a little hard to do on camera, but I'm going to hold this to the length I want. I'm going to hold it right at the top. I'm just going to take my notepad and just start wrapping around my notepad. And I'm going to keep doing that. And I'm going to have to do it a bunch, you know, for my girl's hair. My strands are kind of tight because this is a new skein of yarn and it does not want to come out. Okay, there we go. Now I got a knot. This tutorial is bugging me. It's like everything's going bad. Okay, back to wrapping. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go off camera and I'm going to wrap this a few times and I'm going to come back. Well, actually, no, I'm not. I'm going to stay right here because I want to tell you, when you're wrapping, if you wrap it real thick in one spot, the strands at the top are going to be longer than the strands at the bottom. So try not to do what I did right there and just, you know, keep it like this. Like a nice straight right there. Okay, so now I'm going to do this off camera and I'll be right back. Okay, so I've gotten it wrapped a little bit. There they are. So I'm going to bring my piece up to here. I'm going to cut it. And now I'm just going to grab all these, run my scissors up, and I'm just going to cut along the top of my notepad. Now this is not enough. I'm going to have to do it again, but that's all right. So now I have a little, there we go. So I just got a little leftovers container, and I just like to put my pieces in there. That way, you know, I can kind of keep an eye on it. This one's a little small. This is what I always use for hair. It's a little small for what I have, but that's all right. So what we're going to do now is we are going to get us I have a 5mm hook right here. I'm going to take her, just this camera. Now when I go to add her hair, I'm going to do the outline first. So I'm going to kind of outline her face a little bit, and then I'm going to come around, and I'm going to go right to the bottom of the neck. And then I'm going to come back around and then connect. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a piece of my yarn, and I'm going to fold it right in half, end to end. And trust me, the more you do this, the more you're going to be a pro at it. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold my doll looking straight at me. And I'm going to go right where I want her hairline to go this way. So I'm going to go about right in there. And I'm just going to hook a bar of a single crochet. I'm going to get the yarn on my hook, pull it through, and I'm just going to chain with it basically. And then I'm going to pull it tight. Okay? Now, there's a couple of things I want to say. So if these dolls are for kids, this will come out. The more they play with it, now if your hair's long, it's obviously going to take a little bit to come out, but it will come out. So there's a couple of things you can do to secure that it's not going to come out. You can take your fabric tack, and with every strand that you put in, put a little dot in there and then pull it tight, okay? Or you can do what we just did there and then kind of do a double knot. Double knot it, and that'll secure it more to where it's not going to come out. I just want you guys to know, it will come out, so you're going to have to take a little bit of precautions if you're going to do it with little ones that are going to end up eating it or something. Okay, so we did that, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to follow along, and I'm going to outline her face on both sides. And I'm just going to, let's see, I went in there, and I just set my hook here. And this is where I kind of want it to go. So I'm just going to start with what I call a rough draft first. I'm not going to go, right next to each single one to begin with. I'm going to fill in as we go. But right now I just need the rough draft-ish to follow around her face. Now I'm just doing a little double knot. So I'm going to I'm going to go about right there. Get that on there. And knot it. Okay. So I'm just going to line my hook up with the last stitch. Now I'm going to come down about right here. I'm going to come back and I'm going to fill this in after I get my initial, oops, that's attached, after I get my initial outline done first. I'm going to show you guys a neat trick with the doll that I'm doing to look like me. If you guys watch any of my unboxing videos or anything like that where you see me, you know I have curly hair. So I'm going to show you guys how to do that. Okay, so I'm going to come back up here because I pretty much got the face part. Like, I know that I'm going to come right around in here down to the back. So we're going to come right in there. But I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to come back over here. I'm going to set this here, turn her head towards me. I'm just going to go right in there. Alright, now I'm going to come about right there. And also, with doing your hair on these, you don't actually, like at a lot of points, cat hair, there's going to be a time where you're not going to have an actual, you know, post to work into. It may be like this. Or, you know, it may be catty corner like that. It's not going to bother anything. Okay, so I'm going to take my hook. I'm just going to bring it down. I'm going to go in right there. And you guys don't have to, oh, excuse me, you don't have to use a 5mm hook for this. That's, honestly, that's what I had set next to me. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and continue around. But now that I've got like the basic outline to my face done right here, I can just, you know, kind of eyeball and fill in around. So I'm going to get that done and I'm going to come back. All right, I am back and you can see that, you know, I filled in the back, but I didn't, you know, go stitch for stitch for the front of her head. So I'm just going to go in here now and I'm just going to, you know, fill in a line between all of my outline. Okay? So go ahead and get that done and then come back. All right, I am back and I, you know, filled in the line more. I should have added one right there. But if you guys, you know, you're working on this and you start to notice the hair, or the, like, I'm going to say the scalp of the doll is starting to get warped a little bit, that's going to happen with us adding the hair. We're going to talk about that in just a second. I have somebody trying to jump in here. And I have a feeling he's getting ready to claw me if I don't pick him up. Come on, buddy. Oh. Okay. Move your butt. Thank you. Okay. So, I think I need to add one right here too. So I'm just going to get in there. Oops, missed a strand. All right, now, not that. Okay, there we go. So, if you guys notice that this back here is starting to feel a little weird, you may not notice it yet, or maybe, you know, you may be noticing it up here. So what happens? Normally, when you do hair on a doll, okay, normally I would tell you to go stitch for stitch for stitch for stitch for stitch, okay? But since we're doing this on a female and there's a lot of it, there's going to be a lot of hair, we don't have to do every single bar, okay? You can skip, do this bar, skip, do this bar, skip, do this bar, skip, do this bar, or skip 2 and do that bar, skip 2, do that bar, okay? We're not going to do every single one, and the reason being is because by the time we get to the end, it'll leave like this really weird spot at the back. And basically what it is all these hairs that we're attaching, you know, once you get so far and so far and so far, you're eventually going to have a spot that's not done yet. And it kind of, I'm trying to think of how I could explain to you what it does. It basically leaves a patch, and it's kind of floppy because everywhere that we've added the hair is tight. So if we skip around, you know, skip stitches that we're working on that we add the hair to, it doesn't leave that. It does leave the spot that, you know, obviously we got to finish that, right? But it doesn't leave that a floppy spot. You'll understand in a little bit, because I say this for the girls because she's going to have longer hair, okay? Obviously I know not every girl has long hair, but you know what I'm trying to say. So I say that for the girls, but now for the guys, it's a different story, because if your guy is going to have shorter hair, you need more hair to fill in the short spots. Does that make sense? Okay, let me show you this, okay? So this is a doll I made that I was playing with on my Addy knitting machine, and I didn't want to do a whole head of hair because I was designing it, right? So what I had done was just done, you know, the outline right here, and then I did a row behind the outline. And then when I pull it back into her little ponytail, you know, it kind of hides it a little bit. Not perfectly, but good enough. You know, and that was perfect for my design. And you can also do that, what I told you that I did, just the front row and then the next row. You could do that on her, put it in a ponytail, and, you know, you'd see a little bit of it, but not much. It wouldn't look bad. Oh, I feel like I have such a frog in my throat. Anyhow, the point of me telling you this is that on a male, if you skip stitches that you were putting hair on, and then I always cut my doll's hair upside down, and then you trim that to make it short, it's going to leave, big old patches you're going to see, like right there. It's going to leave a big old patch right there that you're going to see hair. So if you're doing a male with short hair or a female with short hair, whichever, you're going to want to make sure you do, like, you're going to do this same process, right? But you're going to go every single one, and it's going to leave that weird spot, and you're probably going to have to squish your head around. And that's another reason why we made sure we so fully stuffed our heads. So, but if yours is like that, kind of manipulate that stuffing around, and it's going to kind of go away. It'll be there a little bit, but it'll go away. Okay, so having said that, what I'm going to do is I am going to go ahead and I'm going to show you how we're going to do the long-haired. Like, I want to apologize. I shouldn't say, your male short hair, your female long hair. My boyfriend, my significant other, we've been together almost 11 years. He has long hair. Like, he has hair past his shoulders. He looks like this. He has hair to about right there, past his shoulders, and then he's balding right here. But I love it. So I should be saying short or long hair doll, not male or female. Sorry. Anyway, but I'm going to show you how we're going to do the long-haired doll, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm not going to start down here. I'm just going to start on this next row right here. And I'm going to just skip 2 bars of our single crochet, and I'm going to add one. I'm going to knot it so it don't come out. Then I'm going to skip 2 bars and I'm going to add one. Tie it. Okay, now I'm going to come up to this next one, and I'm just going to go in there somewhere. You're probably going to end up accidentally pulling out some stuffing too. I just saw me squish a little bit of it out, so that's why I said that. I'm just going to pull it through, and I'm going to knot it. Okay, now I'm just going to skip 2 and go to the next one. Pull it through, and then knot it. Skip 2, and you don't have to skip 2 if you guys want to do another one, you know, just skip 1. Just remember, if you're going to be making the short hair doll, do every stitch, every bar, I mean. And I'm just going to go ahead and add another one right there, because I want to. And that's pretty much, I mean, that's all we're going to do all the way around the head. It goes faster than you think, especially on these long-haired ones. I'm going to go ahead and add another one right here. Okay, so now I want to show you guys how I do the curly hair. Super easy, a little more time consuming. So basically I would have all of her head done, okay? And I don't cut it yet. If, you know, like her hair is probably going to be way too long, which I'm okay with that. I'm going to trim it off a little bit. I'll show you guys later on how to do that. But if you're going to do the curly hair, do it before you trim it. But what I'm going to do for her curly hair, which is going to take me forever. Oh, where's my little needle at? Oh, dang it. I wanted I bet little buddy here's laying on it. That's alright. Oh, are you? You are. Ow! There. Just attacks anything that moves if you make you mad. Okay, so what I would do is I would take, well, what I would do to begin with, honestly, is all of her hair would be done, right? And I would just take her hair and run my finger through and split a portion of it off. And then tie up, you know, what I'm not doing right now, tie that up, and then I would work all of this. So I would just take a strand, start at the end, run your needle through the end, and pull those strands apart. You should have 3 or 4 strands depending on what yarn you use. And then I would just unravel and pull them apart. But I'm going to keep 2 strands, okay? 2 strands, and each strand has 2 strands. And then I just unravel. Go down a little bit. Just get it started, untwist, and then just pull them apart. And that's what I would want her hair to look like. Now I'm going to do that to her whole head. And yes, it's going to take me forever, but it's going to be worth it because she's going to look pretty, beautiful, just like me. So I'm just going to go right next to her head. I'm just going to start pulling. Oh, I did the wrong 2 pieces. That's all right. There. Separate it right. And that's what it's going to look like. Now you could definitely do this as you go, you know, as you're adding your hair. And the reason we want to start at the end is because if we don't, it's going to knot up like crazy. If you were, you know, to start further down, it would be a huge mess. So So I'm just going to twist and twist until it unknots. There. And I just kind of give it a little bit of a pull, straighten it out. Like I don't want that, right? I'm just going to give it a little bit of a pull, run it through my fingers. I'm going to do that. So I'm going to start at the end again, go in there and separate. My heater kicked on, if you guys can hear that. Well, I know you can. Alright, so I'm just going to pull some of that out. Just untwist. I'm going to come down here to her head, untwist that, go in there, separate it 2 by 2, and then pull it apart. And then just kind of run it through my fingers. And there's curly hair. Okay, so back to what we were doing. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to finish her, skipping to 1 stitch, however many I feel like it. Then I'm going to come to him and I'm going to do the same thing, because this doll I want to make to look like Matt. But like I said, Matt has long hair, so I am going to make him some long gray hair. And I'm going to show you that in just a second. And then on this guy, I'm going to do the long hair, but as many stitches as I can. This one's knitted, so he's a little different. I needed another doll, but I needed him quick, so I made him on my Addie. But I'm gonna do every stitch around, and then I'm gonna show you guys how we're gonna cut the hair. Okay, so when I come back, he's gonna have a full head of hair, and these two are gonna have skip stitched hairs. All right, I'll be back in a little bit, guys. This is gonna take me a while. I wanted to jump back on here real quick. I don't have my lights on, so it might be a little hard to see. I forgot to mention something to you guys. So if you're working on your doll and you continue, you know, we started here and I skip 2 and I work 1, skip 2, work 1, you're eventually going to have a spot that is going to follow all the way up, right? And you don't want that. So maybe skip 2 on 1 row, then skip 1 on 1 row, so then you're going to have something to break up that, you know, a bald spot right there. So like right here, if I skip 2, then I'm going to have 1 right here, skip 2, have 1 right here where I don't have 1 there. Does that make sense? So if you continue to skip 2, do a hair, skip 2, do a hair, and then on the next row, skip 2, do a hair, skip 2, do a hair, you're eventually going to have a line that's going to follow up your head, and we don't want that. So skip 2 on 1 row, skip 1 on 1 row, then back and forth, or, you know, however you choose to do it. Okay, guys, I am back, and I've got the hair done. Now this is the doll with the full hair that I'm going to trim down to short hair. And we did all that we could. I mean, filled it in. This took a long time. Now here's the normal one that I'm just going to trim down. Now I did say in the video that I was actually going to make her curly, because like I was going to pull each strand apart and make it curly, because this is supposed to be, you know, look like me. But I changed my mind only because it is going to take absolutely forever. So I thought, okay, we're just going to pretend this is me with my hair straightened. All right, here is the most hilarious part, okay? So this is supposed to be Matt, my honey. If you remember in the video, I had said that they had, like, everybody in my house was not happy that I had given the male doll pink lips. And I said, guys, I mean, everybody has pink lips. You know, whether you have lipstick on or not, they're usually a shade of pink. Or to that, you know, effect. Well, everybody was like, no, the guy doll shouldn't have pink hair, pink lips. It's like, all right, whatever. So, he walked into my office a little bit ago and said, "Oh wow, honey, it does look good now that it has hair and it kind of looks like a guy." And I looked at him, I was like, "It's you, honey." And he's like, "That is not me. That does not look anything like me." And I was like, "I know, but I don't know what to do to make it look more like you." So, this is him. Oh my gosh, I know. Because he has, like I told you guys, he has longer hair, and it's not all gray. Yes, he's grayer than me, but it's not all gray. But I didn't want to have like one strand of, dark brown like mine, dark brown in there. I was like, no, I can't do that. So then I gave him a little mustache, and I was like, well, what am I going to do for his beard? Well, I tried putting yarn on his face, and that looked horrible. So I was like, forget it. I'll just use gray eyeshadow. I think the girls have gray eyeshadow. No, they don't. So then I tried adding some eyeshadow, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that was way too dark. And I tried changing the color with different eyeshadows. Yeah, it's not... I need to experiment with men's beards. But this is Matt. He says hi. I made his glasses out of floral wire I have from another project I think I did a long time ago. But I have a bunch of it, so that's what I made it out of. Okay, so. Poor honey. Alright, now what we're going to do is we're going to trim some hair. And I'm going to make a massive mess, but I got to make sure you guys can see what I'm trying to do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold my doll upside down. And this is me, the female. So if I hold her head like this, and I trim like this, when I move it, it's going to lay like that. Hopefully, I think. So you are going to need a pair of good scissors. I've got my nice pair that I use for my fabric. So I'm just going to hold her up. And remember, we can always take away. We can't add. So cut a little at a time, not a whole bunch. So I'm just going to start close to the end. And I'm just going to start cutting a straight line. Those of you that make your own pom-poms are going to know exactly what the kind of mess this is. There. Now if you see how it lays at the bottom is still a little long, I'm just going to let it come out a little bit. FYI, I am not a cosmetologist. I don't cut hair. There, it looks good. Oh my lord, look at the mess. We can kind of style her top here a little bit. Get this to lay right. I may go back in and fill in a little bit right here. A little bit right here. But there's me and Matt. I'm going to go in and fill a little bit of her hair. That's okay. All right, now we're going to do same process, but this one we're going to go a lot shorter because this is going to be my short-haired one. So I'm just going to start going in. Okay. For any of you ladies that cut your husband's hair, I bet this is going to be really easy for you. This is flinging all over me. Look. That looks cute. I like that. Look at the back. It almost makes me think of like grandma. But I gotta go shorter. This is fun. I don't know if it's fun because I'm cutting or it's fun because I'm making a huge mess. I mean, obviously I know I'm going to have to clean it up, but it's still fun. Oop. I just had a thought. Remember when I said the ladies that cut their husband's hair will probably enjoy this? I was thinking, I bet they're going to be thinking, oh, they wish they could move their husband around like this. That's funny. Sorry. All right, how we looking? Oh, jeez. I got some over here that... There we go. Snip, snip, snip. I gotta pick this up off me. It's flying everywhere. Whew. Put my shirt over my nose so I don't breathe it in. Back to trimming. All right, I think about right here is where I want the rest of the head to be at. So I'm going to use that as my baseline. Oh, right here. Did you guys see that? Hold on. See right there? All that, phew. That's what I'm trying not to breathe in. And you know what? It's actually like almost 60 degrees today. I'm going to pause this for just a second. I'm going to open a window. I got it in my mouth. Okay, I got the window open. Maybe you guys can hear the birds chirping. Spring is coming. Today is, what is today? February 23rd. I'm ready for spring. I love winter, love snow, love winter. But you do get to the point where you're kind of ready for spring. Holy cow, man. It's cute. Okay, I am gonna get this into a trash can. And the thing of it is, if you guys have like a clean bag, dump all this stuff that you cut off into that, and you can save it and use it for stuffing if you make another doll. Now, I have a little tool. Of course, it's not with me. Hold on just a second. Okay, I have this dog brush. Now you can see the bristles don't have anything rubber at the end to keep you from poking yourself. So FYI, if you have one like this and you poke yourself and it punctures skin, that hurts like crazy. But all I'm going to do is I'm going to take this and I'm just going to kind of fluff it. Now you see how it does. The cat is downstairs trying to get in. If you guys hear that, he's pawing at the door. But I'm just going to brush this out a little bit. Not going to do like, because if I do too much and I start grabbing the white, I'm going to start fluffing right there, and that's not what I want. So I'm going to try to keep it right where, hold on, I gotta let this cat in. Okay, everything, this video, I'm telling you, has been heck for me. Okay, I'm just going to keep doing this. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and finish this off camera. But I'm just going to fluff his head out. Or her. Alright, I'll be right back. Okay, are you guys ready to see this? Da, 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 da. I fluffed her whole head out, or his. I wish I could figure out why I can't get these things to stand very well. But doesn't that look like Grandma or Grandpa? So there, you guys can do all kinds of different things to make doll hair. This is what my brush looked like. Now, when I was doing this one, I realized I forgot to tell you guys, you are actually going to need this brush that doesn't have bristle or little rubber nubbies at the end. You want the one that's real rough. And then whenever you do it, you know, you brush like this. Oh, I got really dry skin. Brush like this and then go back and forth. So normal and then back and forth. And then when you go back and forth, that's what really scruffs it up. I should make a pair of glasses and make Grandma. You could do all kinds of different stuff with this. But, I mean, that is it, guys. That is it for today's video. Oh, man, I need to cover my mouth, my nose. I have got a few more things I'm going to do. Like I said, I'm going to add a little bit more to her hair in the front. Matt doesn't look so much like Matt, but hey, that's okay. He looks like him to me. But in the next video, so this is February's video for our doll. So March's video is going to be clothes. What clothes? I don't know yet. I haven't decided what I'm going to do. If I'm just going to do a shirt first or, you know what. If you guys would like, let me know, but I will show you how I made this doll with my Addy, my little 22 pin Addy. If you want me to, I'll do a tutorial and show you how I did it. Just let me know in the comments. Let's see. I think that is it for now. So having said that, I'm going to go ahead and say I want to thank each and every one of you for taking time out of your day just to watch one of my videos. And, you know, I truly appreciate it. And I thank you so very, very, very much, you guys. Also, don't forget to subscribe if you haven't. Sorry, I'm trying to talk with my mouth covered. Whew. Do that outside, guys. Cut and all that other stuff with the hair outside. Where was I? Oh, so, you know, subscribe so you don't miss any of my videos, and hit that bell button. Hit that thumbs up too. That is what really helps your YouTubers that you like. If you like one of their videos, hit that thumbs up button. That is what helps them out a lot. And of course, as always, leave me a comment, because I like reading what you guys comment to me. I've got it in my eyes now. Ugh. And last but certainly not least, check out my description box for links to my Facebook group, Instagram, Twitter, my Etsy shop, where I have hundreds of patterns for sale, all my patterns for sale. I have hats for sale, buttons, keychains, tumblers, and all kinds of stuff. So I have all kinds of that for sale on my Etsy shop. Hi everybody, welcome back to my channel. Today's tutorial, we are going to be working on a dress for our Amigurumi doll. Now, before we get started or I go any farther into this tutorial, I do want to take a minute and apologize to everyone who has been on my Amigurumi doll tutorial and then asked for clothes because I didn't do any, but in the video I said I was. And to be 100% honest with you guys, the reason why is because when I posted that video, it didn't get much attention, so I kind of put making the clothes on the back burner. But now a lot of people are watching it and they're wanting clothes for their dolls they make. So I sat down and I designed a dress, and then we're gonna have some more clothes following this. So first of all, I'm sorry that happened, and yeah, subscribe to me because I'm gonna be putting out more clothes for your Amigurumi dolls. Okay, so today's tutorial, like I said, is going to be this dress. Now, I made this dress out of Karen's Simply Soft Party. It's a 4-weight. It's a little thinner than, let's say, your Red Heart Super Saver. But today's tutorial, I'm actually going to be using Red Heart Super Saver, some scrap yarn I got laying around, and a 4.5mm hook. We're going to need a needle to weave in our ends, your scissors, and then we're going to need some needle and thread and hook and eye closures. Now these you don't need. Like, this dress actually doesn't have one on it, but I wanted to add one on the one we're making today so it stays secure on her back. See how it's open? So what we're going to do is we're going to use those hook and eye closures to close up her dress. Like that. Okay? But you guys can use any 4-weight yarn you want for your dress. And like I said, you don't have to do the hook and eye closures. And you guys can get pretty creative with this dress, putting some design or ribbon on it, putting bows, all kinds of stuff. Also, apologies for the way I sound. I'm kind of a little under the weather today. Not much, but enough that I kind of sound funny. Alright, so get your stuff together, guys, and let's get started. Okay, to get started, we are going to get a slip knot on our hook, and we are going to chain 29. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, and 29. Alright, now we are going to single crochet, cat here, single crochet into the second chain from hook. So not that one, but this one. And we're going to single crochet into each chain. 1, 2. Alright, so you guys go ahead and single crochet down your chain. And I will meet you when we get back to the end. Okay, I'm coming to the end. I've got one more I need to work into. And there is my last single. Now we should have 28 single crochets. So we're going to chain 1 and we're going to turn, and then into that very first single crochet we're going to work an increase, which is just 2 single crochets into 1. And the reason that's called an increase is because it's increasing our stitch count. So 2 singles into 1. So that's an increase. Now we're going to just work a single crochet into the next 2. 1 and 2. And then we're going to repeat that over again. Increase into the next. Single crochet into the next 2. And that is what you're going to repeat across your singles. And basically what this is doing, it's going to make that straight line, you know, that straight chain with the singles that we have. What that's going to do is going to start making it curve like this. And that is what becomes the neckline right here. Okay, so increase, single crochet into 2. Increase, single crochet into 2. Let's see, so I got increase, single, single. So repeat that down your chain, and when we come back, or when I come back, I will meet you at the end. And we should have 38 single crochets. Okay, so I'll be right back. Okay, I'm coming to the end, and my very last single crochet right there is going to be an increase. And now we should have 38 single crochets. Okay? And that is the end of round 2. So round 3, we chain 1 and we are going to turn. And you guys can see how it creates that neckline, right? Alright, so for row 3, we are going to work 1 half double crochet into each single all the way across. So 38 half double crochets. Let me get some slack. Okay, so half double crochet all the way across, and I'll meet you guys at the end. Okay, be right back. Okay, so I'm coming to the end. I have 2 more half double crochets I need to work. All right, and there's my last one. Okay, so that was the end of round 3. So round 4, we are going to chain 1 and turn. And round 4, we're just going to work 1 single crochet into each half double all the way across. 1 single, 1 single. So that's all you're going to do for row 4. Okay, so get your row 4 done, and then come back here, and we're going to move on to row 5. All right. Okay, so I'm coming to the end of row 4. We're going to single crochet. Oh, I got 2 more I got to work into. 1, and that last one, it's kind of turned a little. There, I got into it. All right, so there's my last single, and this is what our work should be looking like. So now what we're going to do is we're going to create this little sleeve, the armholes. I shouldn't say sleeves, the armholes. All right, so that's the end of round 4. Row 5, we are going to chain 1 and turn. And we're going to single crochet into the first 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Now we're going to chain 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I did work mine a little bit tighter, but that's all right because we're not going to actually be working into the chains. We're just in the next row, we're going to work around the chains. So chain 8, and then we're going to skip 8. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And into the 9th, we're going to work a single, I looked away so I lost count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Now we're going to single crochet into the 9th, and we're going to single crochet into the next 9. So we're going to have a total of 10 single crochets right here. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Oh, one more. 10. All right, now we're going to chain 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Skip 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Single crochet into the next, and then we're going to single crochet to the end. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. All right, so that is the end of row 5. And now you can see, if we hold the top of the dress like this, this is the part that's on our shoulders and our armhole. Just like that. All right, so to move on to round 6, we're going to chain 1 and turn. So basically what we're going to do now is work 1 half double crochet into each stitch, and then around that chain 8 we're going to work 8 half doubles. So I'm going to work right up to it. 1, oop, that's a double, 2, 3, 4, 5, don't forget that very last one right there, 6, and then right into this chain 8, I'm going to work 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Now you notice how I didn't bunch them up. I let them kind of go where they went by themselves. That's kind of what you want, because you don't want them all mashed together in the center of your chain 8, right? Just evenly space them out. Okay, now we just half double crochet into each one to the next chain, do the exact same thing, and I'll meet you guys when we get to the end. All right, I got one more half double crochet I need to work to end round 6. And there we go. I'm sorry, yeah, round 6. So that's the end of round 6. Our work should look like this. Now we're going to move on to round 7. We have, chain 1 and turn. And all we're going to do is half double crochet into each half double all across. So that's going to be round 7. So then we're going to work 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Half double crochet into each. So 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. 5 rounds of half double crochets, okay? So you guys work that off camera, or by yourselves, and I'm going to work it off camera. And then when we come back, we're going to be at the end of row 11. I keep saying rounds, I'm sorry. At the end of row 11. So all we're going to do is just work 1 half double crochet into each stitch. Okay. All right, I will see you at the end of round 11. Okay guys, I'm coming to the end of row 11. I've got 2 more that I need to half double crochet into. 1, and the last one is turned on its side a little. And there is my last half double crochet, and that's the end of row 11. So we have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Okay, so to finish off row 11, instead of chaining one and turning like we always do, we're going to start working in the rounds now to make the skirt of the dress. So at the end of row 11, we're going to bring up our other side, and we're going to go right into that very first half double, if I can get in there. I don't know why that was so tight. All right, now we're just going to slip stitch. All right, so round, now I'm right, round, round 12, we are going to chain 1, and we're going to double crochet into the first 3. So we're going to go right back into that very first one we slip stitch to, and we're going to work a double and a double into the next 2. So that's 3 double crochets. And now we're going to increase into the next. So the increase for the doubles, same concept for the singles. We're going to work 2 double into 1. So we're increasing our stitch count. Double crochet into the next 3. 1, 2, and 3. And then we're going to increase into the next. Let's see, increased, see, double, double, 3 doubles, and then an increase. 3 doubles, and then an increase. All right, so, oops, lost that one. So repeat that around, and I will meet you guys at the end, or back at our beginning. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm coming to the end of round 12, and I have 3 stitches, 1, 2, 3 stitches left to work into. So I worked my increase, doubled into the next 3, and now I'm going to increase into the next. And then we're going to double crochet into the last 2. And slip stitch to our first. And that's the end of round 12. Now we should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, and 47 double crochets. Okay, so that was round 12. We are going to repeat round 12 2 more times. So round 13 and 14, we repeat round 12. So what we do is slip stitch, chain 1, double crochet into the first 3 doubles. So right back into that very first one we slip stitched into is 1, the next is 2, and the next, well, it's supposed to be 3, is 3. All right, now we increase into the next, and all that is 2 doubles into the next double. Double crochet into the next 3. 1, 2, 3, and increase. And that's what we are going to repeat around for round 13, and then for round 14 we're going to do the exact same thing. So I will meet you at the end of round 14. Okay, so I've just finished round 14, and I should have said this before we took that little break. At the end of round 13, you should have 58, and at the end of round 14, we should have 72. However, stitch count is not a big deal on this because we're not evenly going to space anything out, so it's perfectly fine if you don't have that stitch count. All right, so we just finished round 14, and we are going to finish the very last round. So we're going to slip stitch. We're going to start the very last round. slip stitch to our first double, chain 1, and all we're going to do for round 15 and our very last round is work a double crochet into each double all the way around. So we're going to go right back into the double crochet we slip stitched into with the double, and then just work one double all the way around. And that is the final round of our dress. But you guys, if you want to, you could keep repeating keep repeating round 12 until the dress comes to, touches the bottom of her feet. That'd be kind of cute, like a little ball gown. All right, so double crochet into each double all the way around, and I will meet you at the end of round 15. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm coming to the end of round 15. I have one more to go into. Slip stitch to our first, chain 1 and pull up a loop and cut. All right, now I'm going to weave in my ends, and then after that I'm going to sew the closure, the hook and eye closure on the back of the dress. But like I said at the beginning of the video, guys, that is not necessary. You don't need that at all. It should still fit her pretty good. The dress, I'm meaning. But yeah, that same concept that we just made for this dress from the neckline down is what we are going to base most of the tops off of, meaning sweaters, cardigan, little shirts for them. Oop, didn't get all that. Maybe we'll do another dress that goes to the floor, little shoes and pants. I'm just trying to talk while I'm getting this done. I'm rambling. Almost done. All right. Okay. So there is our little dress. Ta-da! Okay, so now I am going to pop this open. I think I'm just going to go with silver. What a cute little case. So I need... oh, here it is. I need a piece that looks, that looks like that, and then the piece that's got the hook. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and pause this for just a second. I'm going to get my needle threaded and get everything ready, and I'll be right back. Alright, I've got my needle threaded and I've got a long piece of thread on there. So I'm going to start with the hook part, and I'm going to set that on that first row of half double crochets right there. Set it on there right there. I'm going to try to go into that, I think that's the second stitch. I'm just going to come up. Ooh. I'm just going to come up from the back. And I'm just going to go back and forth around the loop, meaning this loop, and then I'll come around this loop a few times. Get back up there. Sorry about that, I bumped the camera. And I wanted to try to get a color close to the coral yarn that I'm using, but I don't have thread that color, so I just went with pink. Alright, now I'm going to go the other loop. Bumped it again. Alright, I'm going to call this good on this one. So I'm going to snip. Well, actually, I'm going to run this in and out a little bit, just like you're weaving in some yarn. And I'm not worried about it being all fancy looking. Nobody's going to see it. Alright, now I'm going to snip both ends. There. And there. Alright, now I've still got enough thread on my needle. I'm going to knot the end again. Oops. Okay, so I've hooked the other end of the closure onto the hook, and now I'm just going to let that lay right straight across where I want it and to the, about as straight as you can get it. And that way it's also as tight as I want it. Like if I wanted it looser, I'd move closer to the end. So right now I'm just trying to find that hole without stabbing myself. There we go. Ouch! I stabbed myself. Okay, so now I'm just going to do that same thing, just in and out. Oh, for Pete's sake. There. Okay, so now I'm going to do this off camera because I feel like this is a waste of... I feel like you guys don't want to watch this. Okay, so I'm going to finish sewing this end on and I will be right back. Okay, I got that end tied or sewed down, and I weaved that in and out, and I'm just going to snip. Save this for later. Unhook that. And I'm going to put it on her. Oop, it's hooked on her. There we go. Okay. Now you guys can definitely put more hook and eye closures on here. There she is. Ah, she looks cute. Hi everybody, welcome back to my channel. Today's tutorial, we are going to be making the tops, the long sleeve shirts I'll say, for our dolls. So these work up really quick and easy. I do want to say that I am being a little quieter because people are sleeping right now in my house and I have to film right now. But so what we have here is we have a shirt that I made out of variegated scrap yarn. Then we have a solid one. Now these two are 4-weights. This is also a 4-weight. And then this one is a 3-weight with the 4mm crochet hook. So it's a little looser. And then that's a 4-weight too. Yeah, this is a 4-weight. Now I made this for Matt's doll, but he doesn't like it. He said it's too girly. I don't know. Anyway, so in the tutorial we're going to be making this blue one right here. But the way the pattern works is we work the top first, then we actually work it like this. We work the top, then we work a few rows down, then we get our armholes, then we work the length of the shirt, so this part right here, and then we fasten that off, and then we attach into the armhole and work stitches around there, and then we just work the length of the arm, and that's simple as that. Okay, so let's talk about what you're going to need. Now, depending on your tension, a 4-weight yarn with a 4mm hook may be too tight. So if you tend to be a tight crocheter, I would go up to a 5mm hook. If you're a loose crocheter, stick with the 4mm. Try, work a few rounds, at least go past the armholes, and then try it on your doll and see how that works. If you, the armholes are around 5. If it's too loose on your doll, then I'd go down another crochet hook, okay? Okay, so you need your crochet hook. I used a 4mm, and then you're gonna need a needle to weave in your ends, scissors, and then any kind of scrap yarn. Like I said, I just used what I had laying around, and I tend to want to stay to the 4-weight yarn for these shirts, but you guys don't have to. You can try out whatever you have. Now I also want to mention that I leave the back open, and then I just use this very beginning tail, and that's how I just close the top up. I just tie it into a little half knot, and then if I want to change it, all I got to do is just pull that out and take it off. But you guys can do a hook and eye closure like we did for the dress. You can just sew a button on there or just weave in this tail and leave it open. Totally up to you. You may want to make the top first, put it on your doll, and then see, do you even need it to close? Because maybe the shirt is looser on your doll, or what have you. Anyway, let's get our stuff together and get started. Okay, to get started with our shirt for a doll, we are going to get a chain of 29. So get your chain of 29 done, and then come back here, and we are going to start by working a single crochet into the second chain from hook. Okay, so not the very first one, but that second one right there. We're going to single crochet into there, and then we're going to single crochet into each chain, into each remaining chain. I got tongue-tied there for a minute. Okay, so go ahead and single crochet down your chain, and I'll meet you when we get to the end. Okay, so I've made it across, and I've got one more chain here that I need to single into, and that is the end of row 1. So for row 2, I'm just gonna untangle this. If you guys can hear that, that is the wind blowing. It is very, very windy today. All right, so for row 2, we're gonna chain 1 and turn. And into that very first single crochet, we're gonna work 2 single crochet. So we're gonna work a single crochet increase. And for the purposes of this pattern, we're just gonna call it an increase. So we're gonna increase into the very first single crochet. And we're gonna single crochet into the next 2 singles. Increase into the next. Single into the next 2. And that's what we're going to repeat across our chain. Increase. Single crochet into the next 2. Increase, single crochet into the next 2. Increase, single crochet into the next 2. And I want you to repeat that all the way down. And I will meet you when we get to the end over here, okay? So we'll be right back. Okay, I'm coming to the end. I have 3 single crochet left to work into. I just worked an increase, so it should be single, single, and then the very last single crochet of the row gets an increase. So single, single into the next, and then into the very last, we work an increase. All right, now that is the end of row 2, and you should notice that it wants to start to bow a little bit like that. So what this part is actually this part of our shirt. See how it's gonna bow like that? All right, so you guys can see how it's gonna work up. All right, so that was the end of row 2. So to move on to row 3, we chain 1 and we turn. In row 3, we're just gonna half double crochet into the very first single. And now we're just gonna half double crochet into each single crochet across our chain. All right, so you guys work that across, and I don't remember if I told you or not, but there should be 38 single crochets, or I mean half double crochets at the end of this row, and 38 single crochets in the second row. Sorry if I forgot to say that. I don't remember if I did or not. All right, so I'm going to get this done, and I will meet you at the end. Okay, so I'm coming to the end. I have 2 more single that I need to work a half double into. Get into that last one. Okay, so that was the end of row 3, and we're going to move on to row 4. So we chain 1 and turn. In row 4, we're going to start by single crocheting into that very first half double crochet. And then we're just going to single crochet into each half double straight across. So it's pretty easy. All right, still should have 38 stitches. Okay, so go ahead and work your single crochets all around, and I'll meet you when we get to the end. Okay, so I'm coming to the end of row 4. I have 2 more half double crochets that I need to single crochet into. So I'm going to get those done. All right, and you should still have 38 single crochets, okay? Okay, so we just single crocheted into the last stitch of the row. And to move on to round 5, we're going to chain 1 and turn. And to start row 5, we're going to single crochet into the very first single crochet and single crochet into the next 5. So we'll have a total of 6 single crochet right here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so now we're going to chain 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And we're going to come back down here and we're going to skip 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm going to grab that very next single crochet because we're going to single crochet right into that. And now we're going to single crochet into the next 9. So we should have a total of 10 single crochet right here. So we already have 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and that should be 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, so now we chain 8 again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Come back down here. We're going to skip 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm going to grab that next stitch and I'm going to go right into it with the single. And now we should have 5 more to single crochet into for a total of 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I was looking and I'm a stitch short and I came back and I counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I went over too far. Pull that back out. Start that over again. Okay, so I got that fixed. So now I have 6, skip 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, skip 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So skip 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, single crochet into the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. There. Sorry about that, guys. I was off by 1. Alright, so to end round 5, we are going to turn our back and forth piece into a round piece. And to do that, we are going to get your hook back on your loop and then bring that end all the way around. And we're going to slip stitch to that very first single crochet. And chain 1. Now we've locked it into a circle. And this is going to be what's around our neck. And then this is our arm, the beginning of our armholes. So it's going to look like that. All right. Alright, so we just finished round 5. So round 6, we are going to half double crochet into the very same single crochet we slip stitched into. And half double into each single until we get to that chain. So half double crochet into each one. We got one more. Okay, so now we're to the chain and we're just going to work 8 half double crochets into the chain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, one more is 8. And now we're going to half double crochet across these 10 single, and don't forget to get that very first one right there. Right in there. 1, 2, 3, 4. So go ahead and half double crochet across those and I'll be right back. Okay, so I'm coming across those 10 singles. I've got one more to half double into, and now we're back, or not we're back, we're to the next chain 8. So work your 8 half double into there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. All right, now we've got our 6th single that we're going to half double crochet into right here, but I want you to make sure you don't forget that very first one. It's a little wonky looking. Go right in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. All right, so that's the end of round 6. So now we just slip stitch to that first half double, and now we're going to move on to round 7. So round 7, we just chain 1, and we're going to half double crochet right back into that very first half double. And then half double crochet into each half double all the way around. And that's all we're going to do for round 7. So go ahead and get yours done, and I will meet you when I get to the end. I'll be right back. Okay, so I come back around. I've got one more to work into, and that is the end of round 7. So we slip stitch to our first. Sometimes these first ones are a little tricky to get into. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to repeat round 7 for round 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. So I want you to, all you're going to do is just half double crochet all the way around, slip stitch to your first, chain 1, start it over again. You can do that for 5 or 6 rounds depending on the length you want. I like the 13th round, gives it just a little bit extra length. I like that. So I'm going to go 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. And once I get those done, I'm going to come back. All right, so go ahead and get yours done and come back. Okay, so I just came around and finished my 13th round. I'm going to slip stitch to my first, chain 1, pull up a loop, and cut. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and weave in this tail. I'm going to leave this tail, and the reason I do that, I'm going to leave this tail is because that's kind of what I use to close the hole in the back when it's on the doll. But you guys can add anything you want, hook and eye closures or a button. It's just easier for me. Let's just leave it. So I'm just going to run this tail through a couple stitches. Run it back through and cut. Okay. All right, so now we got the main portion of our shirt done. This is the back, this is the front. What we're gonna do now is work our sleeves, and the sleeves are pretty easy, nothing to get too worked up about. We are going to start with a slip knot on our hook. Okay, sorry about that, I yawned. All right, with your back of your shirt facing you, we're going to come right over and we're going to attach into one side is going to go into the top with a slip stitch, chain 1, and go right back in there. We're going to work a half double crochet decrease with the first part being right into the same stitch, the same area right in here that we attached into, and then the second part is going to come right to the bottom. So I'm going to go in, pull up a loop, and now I'm going to yarn over, and I'm going to come to the bottom to the chain right here that's our arm, and go right in there, pull up a loop, yarn over, and pull through all loops. And there's my half double crochet decrease. And I'm going to pull my tail just to tighten that up a bit. And now what we're going to do, we're going to evenly space out 6 half double crochet across the bottom of our armhole. So what we should be working through are the legs of the upside down stitches, the half doubles. So we need 6. So I'm just going to go 1, skip a few, 2, do that over again, skip a few, there's 3, 4, 5, and 6. And now I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to work a half double crochet decrease with the first half being into the bottom, the chain right here, and then the second half is going to go into this very first single crochet right there. So I'm just going to yarn over, go in, pull up a loop, yarn over, go into this first single crochet, pull up a loop, 3, 4, 5 loops, yarn over, pull through all 5. And now I'm going to half double crochet all across right here, and we should be able to get 8 half double crochet in there. I'm trying to get this tail through there. So that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and I'm going to go ahead and work one more into that last one for 8. Okay, so we should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 stitches all around our armhole, just like that. And your armhole, you don't have to get those half double crochet decreases perfectly where I got them. I mean, wherever you can get them, it works just fine, just as long as you can get 16 stitches. So it'll be 14 half doubles and then 2 half double crochet decreases, okay? And what we're going to do is we're going to slip stitch to that first decrease that we worked, and I'm going to pull this tail tight. One of my cats have the zoomies. Alright, so that was round 1 of our arm. So for round 2, we're going to chain 1 and half double crochet right back into that stitch, and half double crochet into each half double and the decrease all the way around for 16 half double crochets. So the hardest part of the sleeve is done. It's just attaching. One more. I'm gonna make sure I still got 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. Good deal. Okay, so to end round 2, just slip stitch to that first double crochet, or half double, I'm sorry. Slip stitch to that. Okay, so what we're going to repeat for rounds 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 are the same thing. Half double crochet all the way around, slip stitch to the first, chain 1. Half double crochet all the way around, slip stitch to the first, chain 1. Now you can stop on round 8. Just try it on your doll and see, can I do another round, or is that long enough? I like the way the 9 rounds, or not 9 rounds, but the 9th round, the length of the arm looks good on my doll. So I am going to go ahead and work rounds 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 off camera, and I will be right back to show you what we've got for our sleeve. So if the front of the shirt is facing us, this is the left sleeve, and then the back facing us, yeah, you get it. I'm trying to say it the way I think it's going to be to you, because right now this is actually the left sleeve with the back, and then the front facing me, it's the right sleeve, but I think it's reverse for you on camera. I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to work those rounds of half doubles and I'll be right back. Alright, I just worked the 9th round of my sleeve. So to finish it off, I'm going to slip stitch to the first half double, chain 1, pull up a loop, and cut. I'll weave in that end real quick. Now the tail from when we attach the yarn to start our sleeve, if you happen to notice that you have a hole or a gap either on the back or on the front, right at that seam somewhere, you can use that tail to sew that little seam, that little hole shut, and I will show you that as soon as we get this one weaved through some stitches. All that. Okay, so we'll come in here, and I'm just going to pop this out a little bit and get that tail. So whichever side that your hole is on, like if the hole is to the front of your shirt, I messed that up, all you'll have to do is just weave the tail to the front of the shirt, and then if it's in the back of the shirt, you just weave that closed. So I am going to see, I don't have a big one, but there's a little one right there. If you can see that, I'm going to go ahead and close that one up. So I'm going to take my tail and just run it through some stitches till I get to the front of the shirt. And then I'm going to go straight across the hole. Ouch, just poked myself. And then go back across it again. And one more time. Oh. Okay. Now that little hole that was kind of there is gone. All right, so now our last sleeve, or our second sleeve. So we're gonna get a slip knot on our hook, and we're gonna follow the same concept. Make sure the back of the shirt is facing you. It's just this time we start with the top of the sleeve hole instead of the bottom. So the top of the sleeve hole gets 8 half double, and then the bottom is 6. But we're going to start just the same way we did. I'm going to go into the farthest I can get on the chain side, start my half double crochet decrease, come straight across to this first stitch right there, and work the second part of that half double crochet decrease, then work my 8 half doubles across, get to this side. I'm going to work my half double crochet decrease into the last single crochet right there, and then the second half I'm going to go into the bottom of, or go into the chain that's the bottom part of my armhole, and then work six half double crochet across, slip stitch to my first, so I've got 16. And if you have 15, that's all right. All right, so I'm going to go right in there with a slip stitch, chain 1, yarn over, go right back in there for the first half of our half double decrease, pull up a stitch, yarn over, go into that very first single crochet for the top portion of our armhole, pull up a loop. We've got 3, 4, 5, pull through all 5, and now I'm going to work 8 half double across the single crochets, the top of the armhole. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And I'm going to go right back into that same stitch I just worked for the first half of the decrease, yarn over, and I'm going to come around the chain for the bottom portion of my armhole for the second part of the half double crochet decrease, 5 loops on your hook, yarn over, pull through all 5, and now I'm going to evenly space out 6 half doubles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6th one I'm going to have to stretch over just a little bit. It's a little farther away. And I'm going to slip stitch to that first half double crochet decrease. And that is how we attach. And you should have 16 stitches around. So now you just repeat 2 through, if you did 8 or if you did 9, just working half double crochets into each half double all the way around. So I'm going to let you finish that off camera, and I will get mine done, and I'll be right back. Okay, so I'm coming to the end of the 9th round of my sleeve. So now I've got one more to work into, and then slip stitch to the very first, chain 1, pull up a loop, and fasten off. And then weave in your ends just like the other sleeve, which I've got another set of tails in there that I'll do off camera, so you guys don't have to watch me weave in ends. Okay. And now I'm going to put it on Matt. He's topless. Get in there. I didn't mean to do that. Pulled some of his stuffing out. Okay, now adjust, and there we go. Yay! He looks so cute and handsome. Okay guys, so that is the shirt for our Amigurumi dolls. Just ignore my little tail there. So I hope you guys enjoyed my tutorial. I want to apologize for the last portion of it being a little on the quiet side. Other people are sleeping right now, so I'm trying to film this. Anyway, thank you guys so very, 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 very much for watching. You guys are the greatest. You know you are. I tell you that every time. So subscribe if you haven't, so you don't miss what I've got coming up next. hit that thumbs up, leave me a comment, let me know what you guys think, and check out the description box. There's links to my Facebook group, my Instagram, my Twitter, all kinds of social media platforms. So whichever one you follow or you choose to use, I'm on that one. And then also in the description box, I'm going to have a link to the other clothes that we've made. So there's shoes, there's pants, there's a shirt, there is a dress, and I've got some more clothes that I've got in mind that I'd like to do. Okay guys, so that's it. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye!